speaker, Jarmo Eskalainen, who is Executive Director of the DDI. Please welcome Jarmo.
Very good. Good morning, everybody. We are in theory sold out, but in practice, a couple of people are probably still making their way here. Tends to be the case with the conferences nowadays. Anyway, it still looks relatively well populated. So thank you again. We have kept on growing year after year in the data conference, which I think shows that we've done something right with the programming. So I lead the DDI network of 6 DDI hubs across 2 universities with the job of building collaborations between the academia, the public sector, and the private sector. And I thought to discuss briefly now about what are we going to do in this space of AI-generated threats and opportunities regarding deepfakes and other such things. So first of all, a couple of, I guess, starting points. Just my beliefs about AI. It's the fastest adopted technology we have ever developed, online or offline. It went from 0 to hundreds of millions of users in a matter of months. So certainly it's changing the world as we know it. Whether the business is there, we'll see. At the moment, some voices are saying that, well, it's all fun, but I don't see the bottom line yet. Regarding the threats, I don't see, personally at least, haven't seen convincing evidence that it's an existential threat to us. I think the existential threat punchline is being used to distract us from the real threats, which are far more present than the existential threat would be of this overarching, all-powerful AI of the future. If we drop that aside, what's already happening now is that we are using tools which are based on biased data. There's a famous case from Chicago where the police did do profiling for the possible dangerousness of criminals, and a black person with petty theft was high risk, and a burglar, drug dealer who had a history of violence was a mild threat. The latter happened to be white, the former happened to be black. There's a case of jobs are being disrupted. There's a great win from this year earlier in February when the Hollywood writers win the first battle to not let AI write soap operas. That might probably, of course, be very good at it. Whether that decision sticks, we'll see. But certainly creative industries are seeing major changes. And there's a case of misinformation and, for example, ongoing messings up with elections in all countries at the moment, and the factioning which comes with that. But if we go from there to the opportunities, as long as we remember that AI is not a real boy, it doesn't understand the world, it's like Pinocchio, it has no moral, and it won't develop it because moral is deeply linked to a physical being, and same as empathy. And it doesn't have the concept of truth. Within those limits, understanding those limits, ensuring that what we feed it is balanced, unbiased. We can use deepfakes, for example, for synthetic data, kind of a deepfake, which are being used. Synthetic data for medical imaging, for example, is being used to teach AI to diagnose cancerous developments in medical images much better than human eye can do it. We are using financial data and synthetic data from financial data to understand what happens in real-time finances in the smart data foundry. We can make sense of very complex data. The COVID modeling and the first vaccination efficacy proofs from Edinburgh were based on the medical data of 5.2 million people from Scotland used in a data lake, and proving, for example, that vaccines are safe for pregnant women. And we can gain massive efficiencies. Public sector, urban planning, digital twins are a proof of that. My hometown Helsinki uses a 4D model which combines data and a 3D model to understand what happens in a city when you land a new development there. Routine work, which planning consultants have been doing, which taken weeks and months, can be now done in a matter of hours. So, and I also believe that we can use AI to rethink the way democracy works, to do more localized democracy, to do more participative, more informed democracy on a local level, which would engage us better in decision making. There are examples of this, like the participative budgeting, which in Paris they are using the online platforms combined with the AI asset simulation to show opportunities, options from which citizens in the regions can choose what they want to invest part of the city budget for. So to close, what we should do in the future, I believe we should join. I understand that in Europe we have an opportunity of several lifetimes to get this right. Lack of trust will be maybe the major risk for wide-scale adoption of these technologies in providing core services for ourselves. Trustworthiness and reliability of these systems should be an opportunity and not a threat. And European mindsets and values, despite the diversity of our opinions, still we are a beacon of democratic, bottom-up, inclusive decision-making in the world. And there's a significant movement around these domains now in Europe. We just saw the world's first AI Act, and while GDPR might have been maybe not the best of legislations, it still has been transformative, and I think AI Act is far better. Because AI Act, European AI Act, aims to empower and show opportunities and not only prevent things from happening. And Europe is investing, same as the UK, for responsible and trustworthy AI. There's a European Tech Stack initiative that just launched. Ursula von der Leyen announced CERN for AI initiative. What it means, I don't know, but there's a price tag of tens of billions behind it. And the UK has also launched its responsible and trustworthy AI programs. And we in DDI, whose motto always has been data for good, we are in a perfect position to really benefit from this. The DDI platform of 6 hubs is now ready. In case you haven't been in EFI, go and visit on Lauriston Place, the old hospital in which some of you may have been born. It's utterly stunning, and it's open. You can go in, walk the corridors, enjoy the mood, which combines the cutting-edge tech with the Victorian, serenity of a place where lives have been saved. And it also hosts activities which live up to that legacy. We have the Childlight initiative in EFI, which battles online sexual abuse of children by setting up a global data institute with the support of the Human Dignity Foundation and Interpol. We have the Center for Technomoral Futures led by Professor Shannon Malore, and if you haven't read her book AI Mirror, please do. It gives a compelling case of what is possible and what is not possible with the current AI. We have the BRAID initiative as part of the Center for Technomoral Futures, which indeed builds ingredients for the landscape and ecosystem of trustworthy and reliable AI. And we have the Prevention Lab, where Police Scotland and Public Health Scotland join forces with technologists and academics to see how can we better do preventive law enforcement in our cities across Scotland instead of just throwing people in jails. And of course, in other hubs, things like Datalog, which I mentioned in the case of COVID modeling, brings NHS data together in a machine learning environment to make better sense of data and find new questions from old data. What happens next is that we do need to sweat the asset. DDI Hub platform is ready. There's 50,000 square meters of new space for collaboration, which is open for entrepreneurs. All of the hubs have space where companies can come and do come. Base Center is already full, but we have four others plus the data facility, in which people can join. We welcome that. We want to breathe the same air again after COVID with the innovators in the hubs. And we want to then reach out from Edinburgh to the rest of the UK and to the world and join forces as part of this European family of responsible and trustworthy AI. And hopefully we'll also then can land the, should I say, cannot be postponed exascale computer back to Edinburgh and connect that to the CERN for AI initiative of Europe, if and when that takes place, so that we can really have the facilities and capabilities in Europe which are on par or beyond those available in China and the USA for doing this thing right. Thank you. And I wish you a great day, guys.
Thanks very much, Jarmo. Who could resist cutting-edge tech with Victorian serenity? Great phrase. Didn't really see AIs like Pinocchio coming, though. I'm not quite sure what that says about the growth of the nose, but we may be getting to some of that later. Lots of the issues Jarmo mentioned there, AI for more informed democracy, and particularly trust, and the kind of initiatives that governments and institutions like the EU are pursuing in terms of legislation, regulation, a lot of that to come later. Can I just ask people, make sure your phones are off, please. There was a bit of beeping there. Please make sure your phones are turned to silent so we don't have that. Last year at this conference, Stephanie Hare was our keynote speaker. Since then, she's gained an even bigger profile. She's co-presenter of AI Decoded on BBC News Channel and a highly respected commentator on technology issues. And I recorded this interview with her a week ago to look behind some of the biggest headlines relevant to disinformation and deepfakes this year. And as you would expect, she's got plenty to say. Enjoy. Good morning, Dr. Stephanie Hare. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. An awful lot has happened since we spoke at this data conference last year. How are you doing?
I'm great, thanks. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. I'm very well. And we're talking here a week before the conference and about a week or so after the American presidential debate. And I'd like to pick up on a couple of points from that, really. Obviously, the aftermath of the debate was quite dominated by Donald Trump's claim about people eating dogs and cats in Springfield, Ohio. And although that was debunked, along with some of his other wild claims, like babies being executed, what do you think is the impact of those wild assertions and them being debunked? Does it change anybody's mind? And what wider impact do you think that has on the election campaign and the democratic process?
I mean, I love the assumption that you have that there's like a logic to be found in any of this and that it will have an impact or that people's minds will be changed by one thing or another. I'm actually not so sure. I sometimes think it's like a lot of sound and fury signifying nothing. Donald Trump is known for making wild and completely fact-free claims. Alternative facts was Kelly Conway, his former advisor's description of that. So I feel like it almost doesn't really matter what he says anymore or does, because the people who want to vote for him and who support him and believe in him and his party's platform, they're going to vote for him. And the people who don't want to vote for him are equally entrenched. And so it's really more that swing voters group, right, which is actually quite a small percentage of American voters. Will they be influenced by something like this? And I'm going to guess no. I think most Americans, when you talk to them, will talk to you about, I mean, anything, it's the economy, it's inflation, which is not just an American problem. It's really interesting how Americans don't seem to be aware that we've been battling inflation here in Europe, for instance, as well, that was a pandemic era problem. But it doesn't matter. People feel that their money doesn't go as far and everything's more expensive. They want to know what are the two candidates going to say about that, right? And they want to know about the price of gasoline because Americans drive. They want to know about the housing crisis because it's difficult to buy a house or get on the property ladder in the US right now. So the American dream is feeling increasingly out of reach. And I guess I'm just trying to ground our discussion of the US election in something that's a bit more serious. And I think the average American voter, somebody's going to register and go vote in November, is thinking about themselves and their lives and what these candidates have to say to them on the things that they care about. And the rest of it is almost like this weird political theater. And it's of great interest to journalists, and it's of great interest, I think, to social scientists who study these things. I'm not convinced that something like the cats and dogs eating claims, for instance, are going to be something that's going to move anybody's needle. More worrying is why he was always going against immigrants, right? And again, that's not unique to him. We've seen that with the rise of the populist parties and the far right here in Europe. So there's nothing new under the sun here, but I'm also not sure that those are the things, even though they're shiny and they're scandalous. I don't think that's what a lot of people are going to be taking with them into the voting booth. They're going to be taking substantive stuff about their lives.
Yeah. What about, though, some of the aftermath in terms of schools being shut down temporarily, armed guards outside schools and colleges in Springfield? Are people affected by the impact of what's said? Does that potentially register, as you say, with that relatively small number of swing voters who are going to make a difference?
Well, I mean, maybe. I think there's also just like the sort of climate of violence in the United States, and the sort of generalized violence, both political violence and verbal violence, if you will, the aggressiveness and the tone in which so many things are discussed. But I'm also talking about literal violence, the way that the United States and the American people tolerate gun crime and people being shot and hurt and children being killed and the like. They just won't regulate it. And I'm not going to get into that. It's a painful topic for people who don't want to see the country go that way, but it's a Second Amendment protected right, and gun control is going to be tricky. And my point is that we are already seeing, an entire generation since Columbine, which is in 1999, has been used to a very militarized or police state environment in schools with metal detectors and cops and, lockdowns and the like. So yes, what has happened has been disturbing, I'm sure. It's not also particularly out of the ordinary, I would say, either. It's not unheard of. I feel like it's the sort of thing you'll read about and go, oh gosh, that's awful, and almost like turn the page and be like, yep, another, if I may say, like batshit insane thing has gone on in the States today. But like, you feel powerless to do anything about it, I think.
Yeah.
Because you can't do anything about it. Like, none of the politicians will touch it.
Yeah. Okay, thanks very much. And just moving on from that, in a podcast I recorded ahead of this conference with Professor Lillian Edwards, she talked about this miasma of uncertainty, this situation where we come to question things that we might previously have been sure were true or false because our minds are clouded by constant disinformation. And there's also this phrase, the liar's dividend, that if everything can be faked, nothing is real, everything can be denied. How much of a problem is this idea of this blurring between true and false? And for us as individuals, as much of a society, as we all try and find our way through this kind of complex online world we live in?
I sometimes wonder if it's a question, of who do you trust, like who are your trusted and agreed upon trusted sources of knowledge. And so I'm thinking of things like, let's take the weather. Right? So everybody can have an opinion about the weather. Everybody talks about the weather. It doesn't really matter what you're seeing online or even what a weather app is telling you. You can look outside the window or step outside and see and verify for yourself. Now, you can't do that in everything in life, but there are proxies, right? There are things that you can do to test. And also you'll learn by error. If you want to go and believe the crazies and they keep saying that the next coming of the apocalypse is on next Tuesday, and you prep and you wait, and next Tuesday comes and nothing changes, you might be like, they seem to have gotten that date wrong, and maybe you'll change your mind. But I just think it's more that, where it's like, what are you doing to verify for yourself? And then when you can't do that and you have to outsource verification, who are your trusted sources of knowledge, and how important is it to you to be right? right? Because there's an implicit assumption in what you're saying of everybody's seeking truth and it's just really hard to find. I'm not so sure that's true. I think a lot of people are trying to just find stuff that corroborates with their worldview. So if it's true or not, is actually secondary. They'll disregard it if it doesn't chime with their beliefs necessarily. That's what I mean about things like hard science, like the weather. You can have an opinion about what the weather should be today, but like nature doesn't care. Ditto how the stock market's doing, ditto how, London transport is either working or it isn't. So I think there's certain things, there's a whole bunch of information that we don't have to worry about that isn't up for discussion as a matter of opinion. We can fact check it, all of us, pretty quickly. And you learn who's good at predicting those things and who's, maybe got a dodgy track record. And then it's up to you to decide, do you want to be trusting someone or not? The stuff that I think you're talking about, which is more like a politician's worldview, why they think the economy is so bad. Is immigration a problem or no? All of those things, those are matters of opinion. And that's where it gets tricky. I'm not sure everybody's looking for truth. I honestly think a lot of people already have their minds made up on stuff and they are cherry picking. That's a trickier challenge.
Okay, thank you. And we'll come back to disinformation later. We'll talk about one of the other themes of this conference now, which is deepfakes. And again, just in the aftermath of the presidential debate, Kamala Harris is luxuriating in being called out as the winner. And then Taylor Swift comes in, potentially the most powerful woman in America, coming out for Harris. And in that statement, she actually referenced the deepfake of her apparently backing Trump as a reason for doing that. What do you think about this whole idea of calling out deepfakes? Is Taylor Swift in a unique position in being able to do that? And is the deepfake damage done if someone doesn't have that following and that real kind of online power, if you like, to create that different narrative?
I think it, again, depends on context. So Taylor Swift is obviously someone with an incredibly privileged platform, resulting, it must be said, from a lot of hard work on her part. But the point is, when she speaks, people listen. She had to put out a correction. And, Trump probably wanted her to have to come out and make a stand. And I don't know why he would have thought that bullying her by faking her support would make her come out in favor of him for real. So he got, blowback on that. But he also, I think he's just there for the drama. So like either way he wins, because he got a reaction from her, right? Like that's all he really wanted, because he can use it either way. He's playing a different game, I think. The really damaging deep fakes, I don't think are, I have a political position, a candidate, weaponizes me, but I can then put out a correction, particularly if I'm a high profile person. The really damaging deep fakes, I think, are the ones about non-consensual porn, of which Ms. Swift and many other celebrities, but also many other women, girls, and boys and men have been victims. And there's no statute in law for them to get recourse, right, and to hold people to account. That is particularly in the United States, where sometimes they'll try and spin it as a First Amendment thing, like it's a freedom of expression to invent this. It's trickier if it's involving children, then you can prosecute differently. But even then, it's very difficult to decide who has committed the crime where in a chain of attribution. Deepfakes have completely been unregulated and nobody's dealt with them. And the people that are usually the ones having to suffer the burden from them are the groups that I've just named, and nobody's done anything about it, which I think is more a reflection that the people in power, who tend to be older white men in North America and Western Europe, are not the victims of that particular crime, if you will. And so they don't really care.
Okay, and just moving on from that, I mean, you're the co-presenter of AI Decoded on BBC News. You talk a lot about AI. And I'm sure you saw this article, I think it was referenced in one of the discussions you had from Fortune magazine earlier this year, that AI is supercharging the threat of disinformation and election disinformation worldwide, making it easy for anyone with a smartphone and a devious imagination to create fake but convincing content aimed at fooling voters. Now, 2 points there, I guess. Do you agree with that principle, that it's easy? Is it easy now to create deep fakes? And then the second question, I think, is, does it always have an impact? Does it depend who you are? Does it depend who you target? And is it actually, I'm guessing the answer to this one is no from what you've said already, can it impact on the democratic process? So is it easier, and what impact do you think it has?
I think it's easier technically, for sure. There's the skills barrier required to do it has been lowered. So we've democratized deepfakes and disinformation. Hurrah! What could go wrong? Whether or not it's actually making a difference, I'm not the best person to ask on that, because I think what you actually need here is a political scientist, because disinformation, propaganda by a different name, has been a factor of the electoral process probably since the onset of democracy. But we can easily just limit it to the 20th century and have a field day. That was part of the Cold War. It's been part of every election. What people do constantly is they stretch the truth as far as they can. I think what you're seeing now is the more like really egregious disinformation, where it's absolutely preposterous and people know it. It's kind of like, there was a trashy magazine when I was growing up in the States called National Enquirer, and it would be like, my love child with an alien, and you'd look at it while you were waiting to check out your groceries. People knew it wasn't true, but for some reason, like, clearly people bought it because it was in circulation during my entire time as a child. You think, why? Some people want to believe, they want to believe that aliens are there and the government's keeping it from you, or they want to believe that so-and-so has, had her 8th husband or been on a divorce or had a facelift, even if it isn't true. They just want to believe. I don't know if those people are reachable. And I also don't know how significant they are as a voting bloc. Like, again, that's where you want the political scientist. I think, again, if you're looking at elections, does that stuff really matter? I think narratives matter a lot. So if you're able to say the past 4 years, doesn't really matter that inflation's been going up worldwide. I'm pissed off about it here in my country because that's what affects me. And I'm really mad that the people in power weren't able to, fix inflation. That's a really tough narrative to counter, because you have to sit down and introduce complexity and nuance and other countries and discuss monetary policy and fiscal policy and the effect of the pandemic. And you're asking people to, really hang out with you for a few minutes and work through that and then go, okay. And they don't want to, because they're mainly just angry, right? Why are things more expensive? That's all they want to know. What is happening with interest rates? Am I going to be able to buy a house or not? Or my credit card debt, is it going up or down? That is all. So it's more in politics. Disinformation, I think, is very effective when it plays with those binary questions and manipulates the things that people are really upset about. But blaming things on immigrants, like, there's nothing new with that. That's not like a deep fake thing. I'm spending a lot of time in Germany doing both research for the AI Decoded show on AI in Germany, but I'm also working on my next book, which is a history book. And I need not tell you how effective certain political leaders in that country were at demonizing certain groups, right? And that happened in France, it happened in the United States, it's happened here in the UK. I say that as an immigrant here. Like, I've seen it and experienced it, and so have my friends. So, like, there's nothing new under the sun. I sometimes think we like give AI credit for changing the game. Yep. But if you study your history, or if you're interested in political science, you're like, this stuff's been going on for a really long time. The only thing that's changing is like the how, not the what.
Yeah, interesting.
And the why hasn't really changed.
Yeah, just to come back to the point you made earlier about the democratization of deepfakes, as you said, and how, generally speaking, older white men are not trying to tackle that issue. I totally take your point about how AI is maybe a modern vehicle for the kind of prejudice and the kind of outlandish messaging that we've seen in the past. It's just a different medium. But in terms of actually regulating some of the kind of wilder extremes of deepfakes, when you talk about porn and so on, what do you think can potentially be done? What avenues are open to try and tackle the creation of damaging deepfakes?
I mean, look, you can put a plaster on a gun wound and call it that you're doing something and you're trying to stench bleeding. So you can try to fix the technology or pass some laws or empower your regulator, but ultimately it's about our garbage culture, which is very misogynist and sexist and doesn't seem to teach boys and men that these things are not okay. Like, I'm really sorry to give like a non-technical answer, but it's not about AI or not. It's about why do so many men think this is an acceptable thing to do? And they've interviewed loads of men who've been busted making deepfake pornography, like about their neighbors, about their friends, about their colleagues, right? Like they've scraped people's social media profiles, put them in, and these women will get a knock at the door. There's a wonderful book by the Financial Times AI correspondent, editor, Madhumita Murgia, where she talks about this. Like a woman is just living her life and one of her neighbors comes in and is like, by the way, you're like featuring in a porn site. And somebody had just deepfaked her. And people in her neighborhood knew, and she felt, it caused all sorts of mental health problems and the like. Now, is that about like, let's find a way to make that technically impossible to do? Sure. I mean, that's a massive challenge. You could, I'm sure, do some stuff towards it, but it doesn't, it's like a supply and demand problem. It's not addressing why those people are doing it in the first place. And that's me speaking as a 48-year-old woman who's like, I'm kind of tired of this. I've seen it too many versions of this. Again, I've seen different iterations of how misogyny and sexism play out, and I don't blame the tools. I think there's like things you could do, sure, on the tools themselves, but I actually think it's a root culture problem.
Okay.
It's about how we talk about respect and consent in our countries.
Yeah, and can we talk about the platforms then, Stephanie, about whether the platforms where some of these videos appear and disinformation appears are published, if you like, and again, just to conflate, I don't want to conflate deepfakes and disinformation, but just on this case, a lot of big story of the summer was the social disorder in the UK post-election, and there was a lot of conversation about the disinformation, again coming back to that the immigrant issue, as you said, the blaming of an immigrant for the Southport murders, and the disinformation that appeared in online platforms. Now, where are we at the moment, particularly with X, formerly Twitter, in terms of the way that its owner is behaving and what he is allowing to be published there? And can we do anything about it? It's easy to wring our hands and say, this is terrible, Elon Musk's a terrible guy. What can be done, and what responsibilities do the social media platforms have?
I mean, the social media platforms are run by the same types of people who do this kind of stuff. And a lot of them will also be, again, hiding behind, because lots of them are US based, will hide behind the First Amendment. So it'll be like, anything that you're trying to do would be censorship. How dare you? You're infringing my rights. They don't seem to care so much about the people that they hurt. It's always about them. So that's a problem right there, is you can go after platforms, but if they're in the United States, they'll hide behind the First Amendment every time. So there's that. There's a couple other platforms, like Telegram is not based in the United States, and France arrested their founder, who weirdly has French citizenship in a seriously sketchy way, in addition to Russian, UAE, and something in the Caribbean. He's got 4 passports. It's fascinating. But France is all about freedom of expression, but they still arrested him, and that was because they say that he's circulating all sorts of images and also like breaking the law. So that's your thing, is between freedom of expression and breaking the law, where do you fall, right? And I think there's also, it's what you're doing to the platforms, but it's also down to the companies who advertise. So like X used to be known as Twitter. I still call it Twitter, just to annoy Mr. Musk. Twitter had a lot of people leave, right? And a lot of advertisers pulled their stuff because they didn't want to have their ads being featured next to, for instance, neo-Nazi stuff. Understandable. But the site continues. No other social media site, I think, has really taken off in the same way that Twitter had. I mean, there's Threads and Blue Sky and the like, but they don't seem to have the same critical mass. I actually wonder if there will be this time where everybody's like, what is social media for? I know TikTok is for younger people and they love to do it for fun, but I'm talking about the way that people used to use Twitter. They would actually go there. I still have to use it for my job because a lot of journalists will go there, governments will post things there. So if you need to know something fast, again, from a trusted, verified source, although they've removed the verification checks, even that becomes tricky. You might be looking at a spam account. So you have to be really careful now, but you might still get some value out of it. But otherwise, maybe we also, it's up to us users to hold these accounts or these platforms to account and say, if you're gonna put this crap on there and just be like kind of awful, then I'm not gonna use you. And you can be left with your like weird loser friends who make stuff up. and they will, and they'll be really happy. You can quit using X. You don't have to use it. Most of us don't need to be on these sites, really. Most of us are not journalists. We can get our news in other ways. So like, there's something that we, I think, have to take responsibility as well and be like, do we want it? Because I don't know how much more regulators are willing to do or can do. I mean, it's been pretty gross what a lot of these platforms have done. And the biggest thing they do is just like hit them with a fine, or if it's like Brazil, they'll, ban. And okay, you can't use X in Brazil now, but it doesn't solve the ultimate problem. Like, again, I think we have to really move beyond the questions we were asking kind of from like social media, early 2000s, mid 2000s. That stuff didn't work. Like, none of it worked. These companies are happy to pay a fine as long as you don't mess with their business model. So we need to mess with their business model. And that also means taking our share of responsibility of why we use these things at all. Like, what's the value add?
What do you think Elon Musk's sort of end game is here, Stephanie? I mean, obviously over the last three months or so, he has gone quite extreme in what he's been doing and saying on his platform. And I mean, talking about regulators, the European Commissioner Thierry Breton reminded him of his due diligence responsibilities under the Digital Services Act. And Musk's response was that foul-mouthed meme from Tropic Thunder that, and in that situation, the regulators appear to be pretty powerless. This guy owns the site, he can say what he wants, but what does he want? What does he want to achieve here?
I mean, I love that you think I know Dave. We're not friends, so he doesn't tell me. I'm guessing as much as you are, but I think, he doesn't need for you to like him, not you, like he doesn't need for any of us to like him. And he also probably is calling them out on their bullshit because they haven't taken him on in any way. They've all done photo ops with him. Maybe they don't think they actually have a case against him, so they remind him of his civic responsibilities, etc. But then they don't ever do anything, and he just doesn't respect that. I'm not sure what it is that he respects, but he doesn't respect that. And I also think he's just a messy person who lives for drama. He likes the game of drama. And right now, this system, I mean, there's a lot of research that shows that social media rewards negative behavior, right? So he's probably just getting massive dopamine hits from this. And, he's clearly bored. I think for those of us who admire some of his other work, for instance, at SpaceX, and would prefer that he get back to doing some actual useful work, his social media stance and his political positions remain baffling. So I have no greater insight than you do, but I think he shows how broken the regulatory model is in the United States and in the EU, if you think he should be held to account. If you're like, it doesn't matter if he's, again, bat crazy, he's allowed to be bat crazy and he's just saying what he wants. Then it's up to you to equally be like, well, I will take my business elsewhere and I will go build a site, or I will go join this site where it's like a nicer, friendlier community. Like, again, you are not required to use his product if you don't want to. That's how I think lawyers would all argue it out. And he knows that.
Yeah.
What's amazing is why he still gets so much advertising revenue.
Yeah. I mean, that's individual action. When you say it's all about disrupting the business model, it's about challenging the business model. Yes. What can sort of institutions do to challenge the business model? You've talked about maybe what individuals can do. We can all take our business away. We can choose not to use the site. We have seen quite a drift away in terms of users of Twitter. But what can institutions do you think?
Well, I mean, it depends on what your goal is. You could be like, I am going to be one of the lone sane voices on Twitter, and therefore, whenever disinformation comes up, I will put out the correction. I'll do a Taylor Swift and be like, no, I'm not supporting Trump. I'm actually supporting Kamala Harris. Now you have it straight from the horse's mouth. Maybe that's one way of doing it. Maybe you're going to be like, my goal in life is to engage very minimally on these sites, but when I do, it will be in a positive and constructive way. I'm going to put out fact-based information, because I'm not sure also, like the argument of let's just all leave Twitter. Yes, that will reduce it to the full-on cesspool that it seems to be on its way to becoming. But we also need, I think, some place, if it's not Twitter, then where? It could also be distributed and differentiated. It doesn't have to be in one central place. But you need some way for people to be able to compare and contrast information, again, from trusted sources, have a discourse, have a debate. It used to be lovely to do on Twitter. It no longer is. And I'm singling Twitter out here, but like, to be honest, I'm not sure any of the other sites are any better. that's the thing, is I guess everybody's having to interrogate their position and be like, is my position as an individual this? Maybe I just to not engage. But if I'm the World Bank, or if I am the World Health Organization, or if I am the police, and the Metropolitan Police of London, I'm not sure them quitting Twitter in some sort of protest is actually helpful. I think them maintaining a presence and always putting out their official position and making it really clear how people can get information about them from them, that's also fighting the good fight. So there's no single bullet for any of this.
Okay, and then finally, Stephanie, I understand what you're saying and totally get your point about a lot of people are very fixed in their broad political position, and we go into our echo chambers, we hear what we want to hear, we find the truth that we want. But personally, I find maybe that's developing a conference like this, it messes with your head a little bit. You look into that, you go beyond the looking glass, and you think, what is true and what's real? How do I find out what's real? So what about those people who are in that position where we just feel that this is messing with our heads, that there's so much swirling around? Where do we find truth? How do we know what's disinformation and what's real? Give us a bit of sensible advice about how we can kind of pilot our way through these kind of mind-bending challenges that we all face online. Or should we just turn off?
I mean, I think there's a massive argument for not spending a lot of time on social media sites anymore. I know people feel like a sense of FOMO, or fear that they're not going to be connected to their friends or something. But I'm talking about using it for what you're describing, which is different. It's not to stay up with somebody's developments from your childhood or university years or something. It's about trying to follow the world. Well, subscribe to really good journalism. Like, why are you getting your news from TikTok at all in the first place, or Twitter or whatever? Like, subscribed. And I'm going to just, maybe I shouldn't name any things, but I'm sure we can all think of, I could tell you, if anyone wants it off the top of my head, I would be like, invest in the Financial Times, get a subscription to the FT, and then do The Economist, do National Geographic, maybe The Atlantic, Le Monde, if you can read other languages, you don't rely on just one source, and you go for quality. Just like I do not get my health advice from Instagram. I go and see like the best doctor I can find. It's about, you have to, maybe we need like a return to quality. And social media has been packaged to us as being free. We actually know that's not true, because we're the product, we're the data, etc. These people are gabillionaires for a reason, like there's money. That feels free, and maybe that feels easy, and it's again packaged to feel that dopamine hit all the time. So it's super addictive and enjoyable, but it also makes you feel kind of awful afterwards, like you just had junk food. Go invest in actual journalism of people who are paid to interrogate and to find other sources. And if you really want to be even-handed, subscribe to different papers that have different positions. But here in the UK, you wouldn't just want to subscribe, I'm assuming, to The Guardian, which everyone knows is like center-left. You could also subscribe to The Times, but then you'll be like, oh no, that's a Rupert Murdoch paper. So do you do The Telegraph? Maybe you're like, I can't touch The Telegraph, they're like crazy. So you're to the FT, at least it's the paper of the city, it's the journal of the city. Fine. And if you're going to do The Economist, that's got a point of view, right? So you can't go, oh, but everybody's biased, because they are, we all are. Maybe what you can do though is like start to triangulate a different kind of assessment of reality, if you want, by getting as different as you can. Now that's about budget. So I can hear already in my mind, the pushback on that kind of thing is that costs a lot of money. Your public library is going to have a lot of that stuff for free that you can go and read. A lot of students get that through, for instance, university. Your employer might have it, etc. So, I'm not pretending that these things are easy, but what I am saying is like really good research and analysis costs money. So you're going to have to pay for it if that's important to you. It isn't that doesn't exist. It's that you have to pay. And even then, loads of them give out quite a lot of free to read articles, usually like one a day. And sometimes if there's like a big conference, like on climate change or about the pandemic, loads of places made all that coverage for free, like good things. The New York Times, the Washington Post, Bloomberg will routinely have something that's for free for like 2 weeks. So like, it's there. You have to look for it, and then you will have to pay for it. right? But that's why it's not TikTok.
Yeah.
Or whatever.
Great.
Like, you know what I mean? Sorry, like there is no free lunch. There's no like, oh, just like spoon feed me some easy truth. Like, no, truth has never been easy to find, ever. And that's why, you know, we have a crisis in the world of journalism. And I'm not just saying this in the sense that I sort of am journalism adjacent. I still consider myself to be more of a researcher than a journalist, although I do work as a broadcaster. But I can tell you that, you know, for me to do the work I'm doing costs. It costs me. And what I hope is that it then gets passed on to the public in ways that are useful. Those journalists who are bringing you the top investigative campaigns, holding power to account, sometimes those stories take months, if not years, and they're heavily resourced. We have to support them. Otherwise, we get what we pay for in life. You know, garbage in, garbage out.
Great. Listen, thank you so much, Stephanie. That's a great point to end. Thanks for your fantastic insights and for a little bit of personal therapy for me at the end there, about not spending too much time on social media and inside my own head, going to trusted news sources. But thank you so much, Stephanie, and please look out for Stephanie in her future appearances on AI Decoded on BBC News, which is a fantastic kind of bite-sized approach to what we've really talked about today, looking behind the headlines of AI. So, Stephanie, thank you very much. Thanks very much indeed there to Stephanie for contextualising some of our conversations today and grounding us to some extent. Have we democratised deepfakes and democracy? How do we find the line between freedom of expression and breaking the law? How do we mess with the business models of social media platforms? And how do we find our own kind of trusted sources of news, but also maybe new places to have those conversations, which we will pick up with our speaker after our next one. But first of all, can I introduce our first in-person keynote speaker today? Olga Tokaryuk is a Ukraine fellow at Chatham House, and she's going to talk about how Ukraine is countering Russian disinformation through humour, memes, and deep data dives. Welcome, Olga.
Thank you, David. Thank you, everyone, for coming, for your interest. A really fascinating interview with Stephanie. David, thank you for doing it. As a journalist, as a person with a journalism background, I couldn't agree more with many things that she said about the importance of the work that journalists do, but also the crisis that journalism is currently in. It's a crisis of trust. And disinformation is one of the challenges that journalists also face, and I, as a journalist, faced it not only as a Ukrainian journalist, but particularly, of course, because I'm a Ukrainian and living in Ukraine before 2022. After Russia invaded in 2014, it was already clear that Russia is using disinformation as a tool of warfare. It's another tool of subjugation, another tool of undermining people's resilience, another tool of war, basically. But that became extremely clear since 2022 and the full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So I'm going to talk a little bit today about Ukraine's experience in countering Russian disinformation, various approaches and tools that Ukraine uses, challenges that it faces, but also how Russia is adopting its approach and is using the same tools, basically, to facilitate the spread of propaganda and disinformation. So I'll start with some goals of Russian disinformation campaigns. And as I said, Russia has been using disinformation and propaganda as a tool of war since at least 2014, when it first invaded the Donetsk region of Ukraine and the next Crimea. And you might have heard of manufactured fake reports on Russian TV back in 2014, for example, talking about Ukrainian soldiers who allegedly crucified a little boy. So that was in the very early stage of Russia's invasion of the eastern Ukraine, and many people were left puzzled. Why would they need to manufacture, this sort of blatant fakes? But it turned out that the there was actually some reasoning behind it. They were trying to mobilize their own population, kind of to mobilize them to fight against Ukraine, to mobilize this kind of the Russian society for around the idea that Ukraine is somehow a threat, that Ukraine is a state that does not respect the law, that Ukrainian soldiers violate basic rules and commit crimes against their own population, and therefore justify Russia's actions there. So since 2022, that was especially evident because again, in all these years, Russia used disinformation inside Russia to mobilize the Russian population around the idea that Ukraine somehow is a threat, that Ukraine is not a real country, that it is a puppet of the West, and that therefore, because the West is allegedly waging the war against Russia or preparing to wage war against Russia, therefore Ukraine is, so Russia needs to move first to deter that threat and to attack Ukraine first. So since 2022, this were the main goals of Russian disinformation campaigns: to undermine Ukrainians' unity, their resilience, the trust in institutions and the armed forces. So basically to blow Ukraine up from within, to decrease the ability of the population to resist, because that was clearly something that Russia didn't anticipate, the level of resistance to the invasion. And then the second, I believe this is probably the most important goal at this moment, is to weaken international support for Ukraine, both financial and military support. As you know, Ukrainians are really brave. They are courageously fighting against Russia for more than 2.5 years already, but they wouldn't be able to do that without the support of the UK, of the US, of the European Union and other countries, other democracies that stand with Ukraine and that understand that it is fighting for democracy and for freedom against the illegal invasion. So Russia is trying to undermine and weaken that support, and it's having some successes, and we'll come back to that. Russia is also trying to undermine democracies worldwide, so it's not just targeting Ukraine, it's targeting other countries, it's targeting the UK, it's targeting the EU, it's targeting the United States, to undermine their democracy, to undermine the people's belief in democratic values, in the values of freedom and international law. Then, of course, another goal is to restore international legitimacy for Putin's regime, to kind of whitewash also the crimes that Russian soldiers commit in Ukraine, and to avoid accountability for the crime of aggression. So how Ukraine has been responding to this? So the first and the most obvious point that was mentioned today already is the debunking and fact-checking. So since 2014, a lot of initiatives have sprung up in Ukraine that were dedicating resources to basically taking every false claim that Russian media, Russian officials made about Ukraine, or even that appeared in the Ukrainian information space and some outlets that were at the time very close to Russia. So presently, since 2022, basically there are no media outlets in Ukraine that are pro-Russian, but there used to be some in the period between 2014 and 2022. So debunking and fact-checking, just saying an ABC why this or that claim is not true, why this or that news is not, it does not have basis in facts. But that proved to be not working on its own, because the research also demonstrates that only 1 in 10 people who saw some false information, they would then encounter this another information debunking and fact-checking it. So 9 other people will still believe that that information is true. They will never see the debunking, and therefore there was this need to come up with other solutions. What else can we do in addition to debunking and fact-checking? And that's how the concept of pre-bunking became something that is increasingly practiced in Ukraine. Pre-bunking means detecting and raising awareness about disinformation campaigns at their early stage, as they only start. So the Ukrainian government, for example, has been doing that. They were saying, look, Russians are preparing to launch this and that disinformation campaign. They will blame Ukraine, or they will say that Ukraine is about to attack, for example, like nuclear stations, or that Ukraine is about to commit that crime. Very often, this is something that Russia itself intends doing, but they just blame Ukraine. So the officials were and also the people who are doing disinformation research and trying to counter disinformation. There's many civil society organizations, many media in Ukraine at this moment also have their own kind of anti-disinformation units and are dealing with this issue. So all of these actors would kind of use pre-bunking to warn the population about these upcoming threats. So I've already mentioned that there is this approach by the it's called sometimes the beehive approach by different actors in the Ukrainian society, which means civil society actors, media, NGOs, researchers, academics, but also the government officials to disinformation. And that has proven to be really efficient when it's not just some like government bodies who are warning the population about disinformation, how that can be a threat to national security, but when there are a lot of actors in the society who are kind of speaking to people, when there are scholars who are writing books about that, when there are teachers and media literacy specialists who are going to schools and making classes for children and raising their awareness about the importance of critical thinking, of fact-checking, and so on, that really works, that beehive approach. And then proactive strategic communication is also something that is relevant to what I've already mentioned. And the last but not least is the use of some tools such as humor, but also AI in countering disinformation. I'll touch upon the use of humor first. So you might remember this meme that appeared immediately in the very first days of Russian full-scale invasion of Ukraine. So when the soldiers, the Ukrainian bodyguards told their approaching Russian warship, and like that kind of when they sent the signal for them to surrender, to basically F off. And that became a really, really popular meme. It was featured on mail stamps, on various souvenirs, and it became a very powerful demonstration and symbol of the Ukrainian resilience in the very first days of war, when many people across the world were not prepared that Ukraine would continue fighting. And in similar vein, some other memes, such as a reaction to Putin's plans to capture Ukraine, in 3 days, or there was another meme about a Ukrainian granny who used a jar of pickles to down a Russian drone, or another meme and video that was a real video, but then it produced a ton of memes about a lady in southern Ukraine. When Russian soldiers entered her town, she told them to put sunflower seeds in their pockets, so then when they die in Ukraine, there will be something good that comes out of them. So that sunflower also became like a meme, and the sunflower seeds, it just, with the help of humor and memes, Ukrainians were able to kind of get the message across to the world as well, that they are ready to fight for their country, that the population at every level is ready to resist and to do everything to kind of preserve the independent and sovereign Ukraine. So here are some points why humor works as a tool of disinformation, of countering disinformation. Using the Ukraine's example, and you can learn more from the paper I've written for the Reuters Institute for the Study of Journalism. So these are some of my key findings on the research that I've done on the humor as a tool to counter disinformation. So first, it helps to raise awareness among wider audiences outside one's usual bubble. So using humor on social media, using memes, Ukrainians were able to reach out to those people who are not usually interested in current affairs, in international news, who might not have heard about Ukraine before, who were really indifferent to this war. But by seeing how Ukrainians reacted to that, how they were able to kind of maintain their composure and keep their spirits up, even in this like terrible circumstances of the full-scale invasion of their country, that kind of opened hearts and minds of many people, made them sympathetic to the Ukrainian cause. Also, why humor works, it ridicules disinformation actors and undermines their credibility. It also undermines the legitimacy of Putin's regime, kind of the strength of the Russian army. So Ukrainians questioned that by using humor, by using memes, by using jokes. The humor also exposed the absurdity of Russian propaganda and its imperialist ideology, like Russian claims that Ukraine is not a real country, that it has never really existed, that Ukrainian language is some artificial construct, and so on. A lot of memes were produced to kind of ridicule these claims, with some most memorable ones, for example, depicting with photos of Kyiv, of one of the Kyiv's shrines of the Kyiv's St. Sophia Cathedral that was founded in 11th century, and then having on the other side like the kind of the picture of a swamp, and saying, well, this is Moscow in 11th century, because Moscow was founded several centuries later after Kyiv was. So kind of Russia claiming that Ukraine has never existed, or that somehow it has some supremacy over Ukraine, are false. Humor also helps to spark interest in Ukraine's culture and history, and kind of to many people it was a gateway to learn more about Ukraine, to learn more about this country, its culture, its literature, its history, through Ukraine's perspective, not through the imperialist Russian perspective. And it, of course, also helped Ukrainians to cope with the war trauma. So some of the other memes, and here I use the memes like to illustrate how Ukrainians appeal to some Western cultural codes, to Western films, to Western, kind of popular TV series to relate to Western audiences. So they were using kind of these cultural references, cultural codes to explain their fight, to explain their plight to audiences in the West. Also some political references to the UK, understandable, I think, to many of you in this audience. But humor can also backfire, and that was proven also by when Ukraine tried to use humor in memes to reach the audiences outside of the West, which it had less knowledge of. And for example, there was a meme with the goddess Kali, kind of in a pose very similar to famous Marilyn Monroe pose, and that didn't get very well with Hindus, with the audiences in India that Ukraine was trying to reach, because that was seen as a religious kind of an offensive meme, and that it hurt the feelings of religious people there. So one needs to be really cautious also with using humor, know the audience, target the message to the audience, and avoid some like cultural misunderstandings. How Ukraine is using AI to counter disinformation. So in recent years, especially in the last 2 years, Ukraine was famous for its really vibrant IT scene, and a lot of startups have been developing in Ukraine in the last 10 years. And since 2022, some of them switched their attention to use the tools that they have to counter disinformation. So with the help of large language models, some Ukrainian IT startups managed to do this pre-bunking that I mentioned earlier. So they identify pro-Russian narratives on social media in various languages, and they are able then to they are working closely with the Ukrainian government, but also with NATO, as far as I know, and they are sharing this information to warn them of upcoming Russian information operations that could be, that are in the planning, that are in the making, that would be targeting audiences in various parts of the world, not just in the Western world, in African countries and elsewhere. AI also helps with the network mapping and attribution. It can help to trace the origins of disinformation. The startups, Let's Date and Osavul maybe are two the most famous ones who have done a lot of work also with international organizations in the last 2 years. Just an example of how these networks can look like. So very often on a platform such as Telegram, it is possible using AI just to establish links with between different channels and trace them to Russian officials, for example, to the Russian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, how they interact, how much content they repost, how much they quote each other. So it is really helpful, leveraging AI to counter disinformation, to expose and to detect information operations by states that are using information as a weapon, such as Russia. And as I mentioned, Telegram, just want to quickly touch upon on its importance and why it is seen increasingly in Ukraine as a threat to national security or as a national security issue. So as you see on this visual, Ukrainians have been increasingly using social media to get their news. So now the same percentage of people are using traditional media and using social media as a source of news, and the trust is also more or less equal to both traditional media and social media. And among social media, Telegram is the platform #1 that Ukrainians mostly use to get their news from, and that its popularity has really skyrocketed since the full-scale invasion, because also the officials communicated a lot of developments on Telegram. There were a lot of warnings about air raid alerts, about Russian missiles leaving their bases and flying in the direction of Ukraine. So just many people started using Telegram to follow those notifications, but then they also started use it for news. But there are real issues with Telegram, with this platform, and it was already mentioned the arrest of its founder Pavel Durov in France in August this year. So the investigation is going on, but the charges are pretty serious. And here are some of the kind of aspects that are related to disinformation and Telegram that are relevant for Ukraine. So the Telegram is famous for its anonymity. There are a lot of anonymous channels. It is impossible to trace their origins. It is impossible to establish who is behind them. And in Ukraine, some of the most popular anonymous channels have more than 1 million subscribers. And these channels, they have a mixture of information. They post news, but they also post a lot of content that it could be some personal attacks on some political figures. There is a lot of unverified content. There is a lot of content that is utterly false. There is a lot of emotional content. And Russia is also using Telegram by creating a lot of channels there to target the population on the occupied territories of Ukraine, where people are deprived from access to Ukrainian traditional media. They basically only have Russian state media, which are propaganda, which are not media. And then they have access to social media, and Russians are restricting their access to Ukrainian sources and are replacing and are creating a lot of channels that are targeting them on Telegram. Fake official channels that are pretending to be official ones, but they are not, a mixture of true and false information, as I already mentioned that. And Telegram also became the main platform for Russian pro-war bloggers, and there is a lot of violent and gory content on Telegram. So, for example, some of the videos of the execution of Ukrainian prisoners of war by Russians, they were posted in Telegram by these pro-Russian war bloggers. And the biggest issue with Telegram is there is virtually no content moderation and no reaction from the platform to disinformation concerns. We'll see there are already some changes that have been announced after Durov's arrest, that the platform would take disinformation more seriously, but that is still in the making. But Telegram is not the only platform that is presenting challenges with disinformation when it comes to Ukraine, but not only. So X is another one. And here is just one example of how Elon Musk tweeted a meme that was made in Moscow. So just a few weeks ago, the American officials, they indicted two Russian citizens who represent so-called social design agency. This agency is a branch of Russian secret services, is being directly funded by from the Russian budget. And its goal was to orchestrate disinformation campaigns in America, but also in Europe, in order to kind of discredit the democracy, in order to discredit some political forces in those countries, but also to undermine support for Ukraine. And when journalists uncovered there were some documents leaked from the social design agency, and journalists were able to get a hold on them. And in those leaked documents, there were materials of people who worked for this agency, how they discussed, like kind of among them, that they also need to use memes, that they need to use humor to kind of advance their goals. And they shared, like there were some examples. They were also speaking about the kind of outputs and like outcomes of their campaigns. And in one of like those conversations between the employees of this social design agency, they mentioned that Elon Musk retweeted one of the memes that they created. And this is exactly the meme that you see on your screens. It was shared by Elon Musk around 1 year ago. It depicts a doctored image, obviously, of representing President Zelensky and saying, when it's been 5 minutes and you haven't asked for $1 billion in aid, basically ridiculing that President Zelensky is asking Western countries to support Ukraine financially. So this meme was created by the social design agency based in Moscow, funded by from the Russian budget, and then it was picked up by Elon Musk. And as of now, I checked just before coming here, it has around 100 million views on X. So this raises, very important questions about the importance of attribution, and it is, I think, really, really important that in this case, it was possible thanks to this indictment by the U.S. law enforcement, but also thanks to the work of investigative journalists who managed to get like these leaked documents and kind of analyze them and publish reports based on them. So it was like a series of media. If you want to check that report, it was published in Germany by Süddeutsche Zeitung. It was published in Ukrainian and English by Radio Free Europe, and also by some outlets from Central Eastern Europe, Czech Republic, and the Baltic states, if I'm not mistaken. So on the one hand, attribution is so important. That case illustrates why it was possible to track the origin of this meme to the Kremlin. But then there is an issue of accountability, and that is still an open question. There is still no accountability, or not enough accountability, for platforms, for their owners, for spreading disinformation. And I just want to conclude, on the note that for Ukraine especially, disinformation is not just a national security threat, it's really an existential threat. Because disinformation, especially targeting Western audiences and kind of seeking to undermine other countries' support to Ukraine, might have really direct repercussions for Ukraine's existence as a sovereign and independent state. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Olga. Some fantastic insights there, and you'll have the chance to ask questions of Olga in a panel session later on. But now we're going to hear from our next speaker, Oliver Escobar. Is Professor of Public Policy and Democratic Innovation at the University of Edinburgh, and he's going to look at how we govern future technologies, but also how we govern with them. Welcome, Oliver.
Thank you. Can you hear me? Great. So it's always difficult to be that dangerous territory between two brilliant presentations and your break, which you really deserve. So I'm going to try and get through this within the time. We do live in an age of information disorder, but this also comes at a time where democracies are under siege. We've never lived a time of democratic backsliding like the one we're going through. So that's what I'm going to talk about. But I don't want to focus just on the gloomy side. There are a lot of people, a lot of communities, a lot of initiatives trying to build a different type of internet, trying to build a different type of social media, trying to build a different type of democracy. We don't hear about them very often. It's early days. I'm going to show you some examples. I'm just going to give you a very small taster, but there is a lot going on. And I just want to, that's my main message today, is to say, yes, there are a lot of bad actors. There is information disorder running through our societies. There are all kinds of undesirable dynamics, but there are a lot of people, a lot of communities, a lot of networks trying to make all of that right. And we need to pay more attention to them because we're being trapped by a very negative story of the kind of world we can build together. So, starting with the obvious, of course, digital technologies are reshaping our relationships, the way we relate to each other, the way communities relate to institutions, the way we do we produce, we distribute, we consume private, public, and common goods. So all of these are quite fundamental changes. And we know that on the bright side, there are some good things that are happening because of that, related to inclusion and transparency, the potential for collective intelligence, and so on. And we know very well as well the unwanted, undesirable dynamics, the dark side of all of this. This couldn't be happening at a worse time in terms of the challenges that democratic systems across the world are facing, because it's a confluence of multiple crises in a system that is not designed to deal with this kind of complexity. I'll come back to that in a second. So there are all these different, these are just, it's kind of a short list, really, to illustrate the multiple tensions, many of them tech-mediated tensions and challenges for democratic governance. And this is happening at a time where the two key foundations for democratic governance, I'm a political scientist, so forgive me to indulge in a bit of terminology here, we can unpack it later. But the basic foundations are legitimacy and capacity. Legitimacy to act, so that then you can mobilize the resources, i.e. the capacity to act, so that you can address public problems, so that you can develop public services, you can make good decisions for the public good. But we are at a time where the legitimacy of our public institutions is undermined, and the capacity of our public institutions is also undermined. So we have, instead of a virtuous circle where legitimacy mobilizes capacity and we solve problems, we address challenges, we are in a vicious circle where eroding legitimacy erodes our capacity to act and to make things right. And this is part of the story of this global democratic recession that we have seen, particularly since the financial crash. Although it was building up, it's been building up for the last 20 years. These are some of the indicators. I don't want to dwell too much on the numbers. We can come back to them in the Q&A. But, you know, only around 8% of the world's population lives in what we might consider a full democracy. So the story that democracy has won the day and we've arrived and most of the world is governed by democracies is not true. Half of the world live in some kind of democracy. You know, what's been happening in the last 10, 15 years in particular is that we've lost more democratic systems than we had gained in the previous 50. So we are losing democratic systems at a rate that is striking. There is a surge in autocracies, there is a rise in authoritarian attitudes, particularly among some of the youngest populations around the world. This is very worrying. I come originally from Spain. My parents lived in a dictatorship, 40 years of it. It terrorizes me that some sections of our young populations are being kind of lured into authoritarian ideologies. But this is happening. It's happening all around us. It's probably happening next to us. It's happening in my family. You probably, if you dig deep enough, you will see people close to you falling into this. But what is really interesting is that people still love the idea of democracy. People still love the idea that we should govern ourselves, that there should be some measure of equality, that we should have the capacity to gather together and address our challenges in a collective way. What we tend to despair about is how democracy is practiced, because we've built democracies that are just elite-driven, and where our role is just to become spectators, bystanders, letting others to do the business of governing for us. And that's that question, what kind of citizen are citizens invited to be? If we're invited to be just reactionaries to things that we don't like, or just bystanders, observers, passive kind of citizens, that's very different from when we're invited to be co-producers, problem solvers, thinkers, collaborators, right? And we have built a lot of institutions that are that assume a very passive role for citizens, and that's getting in the way of our capacity to rebuild communities. And to me, a lot of the issues that Stephanie and Olga have pointed out, these challenges are happening at a time where our communities are breaking down through inequalities, through profound forms of exclusive economic development, through forms that are leaving people behind in all kinds of ways. When you have communities breaking down, it's no wonder that we don't have the resilience to build a digital public sphere that might be more desirable than what we're dealing with. Democracies need to keep evolving, otherwise they're not democracies. The defining feature of a democracy is that it's reflexive. It has the capacity to keep evolving, to deal with the challenges of our times. And in many countries, including the UK, it looks as if we've arrived. This is the best possible system of democracy. It really isn't. It is undermined in terms of legitimacy, in terms of capacity, and we are at a real risk of stagnation. But none of this is new, really. I mean, look at the date on this quote. This is just in between the two world wars. American educator John Dewey, who was a great thinker of democratic innovation, he already said, look, if democracy is something that people believe is down to others, is something that others do on our behalf, then we're in trouble. Democracy needs to be part of our everyday lives, the way we organize our communities, the way we organize our neighborhoods, the way we organize our workplaces, the way we organize all the aspects and institutions that affect our life. Otherwise, it's not protected because people don't feel it belongs to them, and therefore they're not prepared to keep developing it and to stand up for it. So that's where the field of democratic innovations has stepped in over the last 30 years, depending on how you count. It's a field that goes back in history. Democratic innovation has always been part of the development of democracy, but we are undergoing a contemporary wave. In our Handbook of Democratic Innovation and Governance, we cover all continents, and we show examples all over the world of all different types of democratic innovations, including digital crowdsourcing, mini publics. These are things like climate assemblies, all kinds of community anchor organizations, and et cetera, et cetera. I won't bore you with the types. We can come back, we can see, but I will give you some examples. In Scotland, for example, not long ago, we had the first ever fully digital citizens assembly. It was Scotland's Climate Assembly. It's that picture you get there of the mosaic in Zoom. A place where a randomly selected group of citizens from across Scotland, reflecting the demographics and the attitudes to climate change in Scotland, gathered together to deal with developing proposals to deal with the climate emergency. Then we have the movement of participatory budgeting, which by now is in 12,000 localities across the world, increasingly digitalized since the pandemic. And these are processes in which citizens and communities decide how public money is spent, how a portion of a public budget is spent. It's credited with profound impacts, particularly in its earlier versions in South America, in Brazil in particular. And then more recently, we have examples like Virtual Taiwan, which is really leading the way in experimenting with digital crowdsourcing. Now, the point of all of this is to try and recover our capacity to mobilize collective intelligence and use digital infrastructure to do that. What we do know about collective intelligence is that not all crowds are born the same. There are, as we know, destructive crowds, pylons, all the kind of things that you will see in some social media. But then we can have wise crowds that are capable of doing productive things. And that depends on having cognitive diversity, so inclusion really matters, having people who are encouraged to be independent thinkers, but who engage in dialogue and deliberation, so their ideas are scrutinized by others. So they are not kind of talking to themselves in a bubble, but they are being questioned in a more dialogic process. And then the importance, especially in digital crowdsourcing spaces that aim to have that kind of dialogue and deliberation, of having facilitation dynamics, which is a key practice that we really need to place right and center of a lot of our organizations and institutions. It is not quite there. And this is then the difference between creating a digital public sphere that is made up of digital collectives that are productive, that are problem-solving, that are co-producing good stuff, versus what you get in the other type of dynamic, which is online herds. This is the difference between citizenship and followership. You know, I often get, especially from journalists actually, they tend to say, well, but this is stuff about participatory democracy. Is that not the same as populism? The key difference is that in a participatory democracy, every citizen counts and is treated as an equal, independent thinker that gathers together to engage in that kind of dialogue. Whereas in populism, what you have is some enlightened leaders that invite everyone else to follow. So that's the difference between citizenship in a participatory democracy and followership in authoritarian populism. So just some examples before I head towards the end. You might know some of these are better known than others. I've chosen these ones because I know the case studies well, but there are thousands of these things happening. One of the early pioneers was the Icelandic constitution making process, which showed that you can develop a constitution for a country by involving your population. So there were face-to-face elements to it, but there was also, it was the first one that used digital platforms to involve. Of course, Iceland back then already had a 90% internet access rate, so that matters, of course. But what this really showed is that when crowds are placed in a digital infrastructure that allows problem solving, collective thinking, mutual scrutiny, and engaged dialogue and deliberation, you can produce pretty sophisticated stuff. The Icelandic constitution that came out of that has been considered one of the most advanced constitutions ever made, one of the most sophisticated constitutions ever made. Sadly, although it was approved in a referendum by over 60% of the population, then traditional party politics got back in, and we're still waiting for this constitution to move forward. So that shows as well that participatory democracy and electoral democracy are not yet in sync. This is a more data-oriented example. the case of Islam Dwellers International and their efforts, imperfect as they are, to build the largest database and data set of information about Islams all over the world, and to put that data in the ownership of the communities who should own it. So it's a great example, but it also, now we begin to understand the challenges of doing this and how navigating that difficult line between working with international organizations that tend to have certain ideologies and trying to remain true to the empowerment of local communities is not straightforward. But nonetheless, it shows that these things can be done at a scale. And then the case I mentioned earlier, virtual Taiwan, Olga's presentation really reminded me of one of the things that Taiwan did during the pandemic was to create viral information campaigns with humorous memes that will be so fast, they would travel so fast through the population that by the time the disinformation memes were coming in, people were inoculated. So that's viral information campaigns, and we need to learn from that. But of course, now tell a minister in the UK, look, the first thing you should do is like Taiwan did, bringing a bunch of comedians into government. And by the way, you want to have around 40 hackers coming from civil society to come and help you build that civic infrastructure. You know, there's a cultural element to this and the openness of government as well. But VTaiwan, one of the platforms they use is AI powered. It has a lot of potential. The reason I'm really interested in it is that it could potentially allow for millions, if not hundreds of millions of people to engage in deliberative work, in that kind of collective thinking and careful scrutiny before reaching collective decisions. So it's a really interesting case, but it's not the only, and this is a point I really want to express, there's no single platform that is going to sort these things, right? It's usually about building an ecology, digital infrastructure that allows us to make better decisions, to involve people in making better decisions. So you will see that policy is only a tiny, tiny part of the VTaiwan process, which includes many other aspects. And VTaiwan just had a number of assemblies on AI. So it's an interesting case as well if you want to check it out. Now, you might be wondering, okay, are these new processes, these new institutions, these new experiments just working with traditional platforms? Maybe some of them are. I mean, YouTube is there, for example, some of the older platforms, but there is also an emerging civic tech industry, which has a lot of potential, especially on the non-profit open source side, to develop platforms that are built for the purpose of improving democratic decision-making, community building, and the kind of social media and forms of collective interaction that might be more desirable. If you want to check out a list of them, I really recommend the People-Powered Guide, which ranks them every year, and it's an interesting set of case studies. I've chosen just some of my favorites, just to illustrate. So Decidim, for example, has been used by Barcelona City Council to organize all kinds of participatory processes. It has been used at the European Union level to involve thousands of people in the feeding into the Conference on the Future of Europe. It's free, it's open source, it's a live community of civic tech activists who keep developing this, and it's a growing community. Consul, which was born in Madrid, apologies for the Spanish bias here, but genuinely these are some of the platforms that tend to come top of some of the rankings because they've been building over time spaces that try to create that kind of dynamic that is more participative and deliberative. And this is being used in a number of places as well to support participatory budgeting, to support all kinds of institutional processes, as well as community-driven processes. Interestingly, there are some new experiments emerging now with automated forms of facilitation so that potentially we could have thousands, if not millions of people and yet retain the small group conversation dynamic. And Stanford, for example, is doing some experiments on this. Of course, for that, you cannot have thousands of tens of thousands of facilitators. You might be able to, but it's difficult and costly, of course. So there's a lot of experimenting with what AI can do and AI moderation that fosters the kind of deliberative quality I was mentioning earlier. And then another of my favorites, and like many of the others, a lot of them came out of the Occupy movement. A lot of the activists that, in reaction to the financial crisis, came back from all kinds of social movements and went back to their communities. They started social enterprises like Lumio, which again is a social enterprise that it's a digital platform that allows collective organizing at a scale, and it has all kinds of useful things. And finally, this is one of the applications. So the reason I'm mentioning this one is because this had over 400,000 subscribers. So we're talking about, it's not like just a few thousand people get involved. In Madrid, almost 500,000 people get involved in deciding about city initiatives and legislation. Now, let's conclude. So I've said a little bit about governing with future technologies. I haven't said a lot about governing future technologies. I want to say a couple of things. And there is more if you want to follow up. We recently published this report on reviving the commons. It's in the Edinburgh Futures Institute website. And a couple of years ago, working with an expert group that fed into Scottish government policy, there was a lot of work thinking about what a digital ethical nation may look like. And that report will give you a lot of ideas on the positive things that are happening and some of the dangers as well. So I won't go into the detail. But it is clear that our power as a technological species is growing faster than our wisdom as a human community. What less people understand that our electoral democracies, precisely because they are elite-driven rather than powered by communities, are at risk of collapsing under the weight of the future. Regulation is not going to be enough. I agree entirely with Stephanie's point earlier on. I will go further and say we need to democratize how technology is made, how technology is sourced, how technology is distributed. We might come back to this in the roundtable later, because I don't think the point made earlier about democratizing memes and deepfakes. I want to come back to that later, because I don't think that's democratization. Democratization requires equality and power equality, and that's not a space where that's happening. But anyway, technology does require reflexive governance, the kind of governance that we don't have, agile institutions, capable of mobilizing collective intelligence, and keep doing that all the time. And being reflexive in the sense that able of looking at a mirror and saying, we're not ready, we're not good at this, what do we need to change so that we get better? It's in constant dynamic evolution. Now, someone from 200 years ago could be brought into our world. You show them the House of Commons, and it doesn't look any different from their time. That was 200 years ago, right? So that we have all these institutions dealing with complex new problems, and we're not prepared to reform them, and that is a problem. So there is, of course, a reality check, right? A lot of these dynamics that we're seeing are powered by what Nancy Fraser calls cannibal capitalism. This form of capitalism we are living in that is eating its own, is devouring its communities, is devouring its natural resources. I think we need to start talking more about the political economy of technology. A lot of people are doing this, we need to do it more. And we need to build anew. It's not enough to criticize and try to stop some of these dynamics and some of these initiatives. We need to build the new ones. And for me, digital public infrastructure is a must. We do need to get a lot of digital public infrastructure into public ownership. The digital commons is going to be crucial as a check on the state, but also a check on private interests. And then public commons partnerships, probably one of the most powerful instruments yet to be developed, although they are emerging experiments. And finally, the exciting thing is that civic tech, I believe, especially the non-profit open source side of it, can help to improve democracy because it makes possible large-scale participation, dialogue, and deliberation. And what we do know from now thousands of experiments in democratic innovation in all parts of the world is that citizens, under the right conditions, given the right support, infrastructure, and resources, can grapple with very complex issues, make informed decisions, generate public goods, etc. But for this, we're going to have to reimagine the way we think about democracy and democratic life. And, over the last 100 years in particular, we've been told that democracy is just a matter of party politics, elites, electoral dynamics, leave it to us, and then come back to us at the next election. That's just not good enough. It's not going to help us. So we need to change the story of democracy. A lot of people are working in this direction. And democratic innovations are part of that movement. They can help to build new bridges between communities and traditional institutions, and hopefully take us into or contribute to this age that we are going to face, all these multiple crises coming at us fast and thick, where we need to experiment in an accelerated manner, urgent but evidence-informed, And the key, at least in the field of democratic innovation, is to begin, and we're beginning to see this in some of the examples, especially with climate assemblies, to create new institutions that have ability to act fast, but based on long-term thinking. And that's the bit that our current institutions do very badly, on anything, on climate change, on pensions, anything that housing, on anything that requires long-term thinking. But, of course, let's not kid ourselves. The field of democratic innovation, like any field, is messy. It's an experimental field. It's an emerging field. In historical terms, it's barely begun, at least this contemporary wave. And it's a field of beautiful failures. The case of Iceland is a case in point where everything went right until it entered the traditional party politics spaces. And troubled successes, even the really successful ones, some of the cases in Ireland or in Mongolia or in Brazil, they are not perfect. But we need to be careful because often people say, well, that's just not, it's just, you know, it's not going to do, this stuff is just not good enough. There are all these problems with it, new problems emerge. Fine, I think we need to remain critical, but we cannot afford to be cynical. We do need a new form of democracy. It's going to take everyone's effort to get there. And hopefully I've piqued your interest and you will follow up, including Participedia, where you can see thousands of examples of these things. So thanks for your time.
Thanks very much indeed, Oliver. Apologies, my fault for the start of the day. We're into the session late. We're going to start back at 11:30 sharp. I'll still give you just over 20 minutes for your break. We'll start the next session slightly later at 11:30. Thanks very much to all our speakers, and have your questions ready after our next speaker for the Q&A. Thanks very much.
I think there's a... That disappears. Perfect.
I'll just go and speak to the session beforehand. Yeah, my stuff's still there.
Yeah, okay, so as long as TJ knows what to expect when
Yeah.
he knows the... Sure.
Hi, TJ. Sorry? Yeah, you're all right. You're all good to go, yeah. I was... TJ, just come round. Just come round, tell. I'm just going to do like 30 seconds and you'll be on. So. All you're doing is clicking through with the right. You're just doing the right click.
Right.
So you're just pressing the right click.
Okay,
so
you are going to present the right.
Yeah.
You can use the arrows here if you want to use the mouse as well. It's entirely up to you. There's no problem at all.
Yes.
We'll be ready to go when you arrive.
Hi everybody, welcome back. I hope you're enjoying the conference so far and enjoyed your refreshments too. We've already heard from Olga and from Oliver. We're going to hear from a third speaker in this session, and then we're going to move to our Q&A session. So please post your questions on Slido, or be ready to ask them here in the room. Our third speaker in this session is TJ Elmas, who is a lecturer in the School of Informatics at the University of Edinburgh, who's going to talk a bit more about social media platforms and disinformation and how we tackle disinformation on those platforms despite the platform itself. Over to you, TJ.
Okay, thank you very much. Hello, I'm TJ or Tuğrulcan, and I'm a lecturer in the School of in the University of Edinburgh School of Informatics, and I teach computational social science. And my main focus of research is detecting and mitigating social media manipulation through disinformation, bots, and trolls. And today I'm going to present you a case study in which I try to defend Twitter in spite of Twitter, and got successful to some extent, but unfortunately failed ultimately. But yeah. So today, manipulating social media through disinformation is a key to influence the public and make them buy your narratives. And we have seen this in the recent controversies, such as the conflict or the pandemic and the elections, which is the focus of today. And election manipulations through social media manipulations may come in many forms, such as imitating voter support, setting the agenda, attacking opponents, and amplifying certain narratives. And the usual assumption is that the platforms are partly responsible for mitigating social media manipulation and defend the election integrity. So the question is, what do the platforms do? How they mitigate social media manipulation? And before answering this question, we should focus on a more fundamental question. Do social media platforms want to mitigate manipulations? And the answer I come up with to this question is not really. Trolls and bots inflate the number of accounts in a social media platform, and they actually attract actual users to the platform. So they inflate the number of active users, and more active users means more money for the platforms. And even if the platforms think that the manipulations' harms exceed their benefits, they may not have enough incentives to mitigate the manipulations because they have to do extra work for no gains. They don't make money out of mitigating manipulations. And because of that, many social media platforms have a very small integrity teams, and these integrity teams act on a case-by-case basis. So when they encountered a social media manipulation case, they first assess the risk, the impacts, which is the money the platform will lose, set their priorities, and then act. So there are multiple cases that necessitate platforms to mitigate manipulations, such as user experience. So if there are too many spammers, they will make the platforms unusable. They will directly disrupt the user experience, so the platforms have to take them seriously. Or the advertisers may not advertise on the platform if they think that the accounts that see the advertisements are actually robots. Or the specific laws of countries may enforce the platforms to comply with them. Or there could be political pressure that influence the platform's decision. However, there is one caveat with the former case. The political pressure can be in both directions. For example, governments may threaten the platforms to comply with them by hostage taking, which is arresting their executives. And in this case, the compliance may be in the other direction. So it may be also not mitigating the manipulations. Or politicians may attack the employees of the platform and create smear campaigns against them. So they may say that this employee has some secret agenda and it influenced the platforms, and the platforms are biased against us. One of the victims of such smear campaigns was Yoel Roth, which was the former head of integrity on Twitter. And he calls this strategy as working the referees. Because after such smear campaigns, the social media platforms may pause and think thoroughly before taking some controversial action, because the legal cost of such actions may not worth the trouble. It may not worth mitigating the manipulations. So if the platforms decide to mitigate the manipulation, what do? One type of accounts that they act upon is what we call bots. So for social media platforms, the bots that cause problems are those that are central managed and they are part of a network. So individual trolls, partisans, attention seekers, Tommy Robinson, they are not in this category. This problematic case is when somebody holds 1,000 accounts to do, for example, to spam, such as sending advertisements to other users. And spammers work aggressively. They try to maximize the impact before removal, so they directly disrupt the user experience, so the platforms take them seriously. There is also a second type of accounts, whom I call amplifier accounts, or you can call them trendsetters, boosters, retweet bots, or like bots, fake followers, etc. So in this case, a company holds 1,000 accounts and sell their service, so it's like a business model, to people or entities who want to be appear to be popular. So they play with the numbers, they affect the recommendation algorithms, because recommendation algorithms always favors the popularity, but they do not directly disrupt the user experience. They are subtle, so they are not too bad for the platforms. So how do the platforms deal with such manipulative accounts? First is to proactively remove or prevent the harmful accounts or content, so the users will never be exposed to them. This can be, for example, asking for phone verification, or they can be credit card verification, aka Elon Musk not a bot verification for $1. So preventing the harmful accounts or content is the ideal for us, but it's not ideal for the platforms, because it could bar actual users from using the platform and creating content. Thus, so far, the platforms mostly prefer the second solution, which is retrospectively removing the harmful content, such as detecting and removing the bots and trolls. The problem with this approach is that the mitigation comes after the impact, so the damage is already done. And secondly, the adversaries usually maintain a database of backup accounts. So whenever their current active bots or trolls are suspended, they immediately replace them with the new ones. So there are a lot of sleeper agent bots waiting to be real bots one day. So I'm going to talk about a manipulation strategy that is carried by bots, which I named ephemeral astroturfing. This was part of my PhD thesis. As you know, Twitter or X shows trending topics on its main page. And these topics are supposed to be what is popular at that very moment. However, they are consistently and easily manipulated in Turkey. In our study, we found that at least 47% of the Turkish trends were fake in 2019. And they were created by bots from scratch. And such fake trends were widely used as part of election campaigns to promote political slogans. And they were created by this special attack, which we call ephemeral astroturfing, that exploits a security vulnerability in the Twitter's trending algorithm. And it wasn't fixed for 10 years, so it has been going on since 2014. And we found 212,000 bots involved in these attacks, a record number. And to give some credit, Twitter tried to fix this solution by removing the bots. However, they weren't very successful. Just as I told you now, we found that they were removing the bots roughly every 6 months, but the adversaries were replacing these bots with the new ones immediately. So how does ephemeral astroturfing work? It's not very technical, so I will go over it very briefly. First, in the beginning, the bots target a keyword, and in this case, it is hashtag HeartBridgeCoin, and they mention this hashtag in a coordinated manner. They bulk tweet using it. Then after 5 minutes, Twitter updates the trends, and because for Twitter, many users appear to independently tweet this hashtag, the algorithm thinks that it's a trending topic, It is popular at that moment, so it puts it to the trends list. However, once they are successful, the bots remove all their tweets. There are no users mentioning this hashtag anymore. But the keywords continue to be trending. The Twitter algorithm doesn't check for the deletions in the past. And then there may be other users who use this hashtag, exploit its trendiness, and do campaigns or advertisements. So the problem with such trending topics is that because the bots that make this topic trending delete their tweets, we cannot go back in time or like collect this data and claim that this trend was fake, because the data is not there. You have to collect the data before they delete their tweets. But it's also challenging because you don't know which hashtags are going to be on the trending topics before they make to the trending topics. So we discovered this security vulnerability on trending algorithm, and of course after the attackers. And we reported this to Twitter through hackerone.com. So the companies like Twitter often rewards disclosure of security vulnerabilities or bugs on such websites. So here you see Twitter awarded awards up to $15,000, and they awarded $1.6 million up until now to hackers who disclose such security vulnerabilities. So we created an extensive report, summarized the attacks the bots are involved, and reported its impact. We say that the bots single-handedly create fake trends in one country. And so we communicated with Twitter, and we got a first response after a day, and saying that our report is triaged. So this means that they look at the report, they assessed it as a valid security issue. So they decided to look into it. However, after 3 weeks, we got this response. After discussion with our team, we have decided that this is a defense in depth measure rather than a specific vulnerability in our software. We are reasonably satisfied with our current spam detection security controls, and we have chosen not to make any specific changes to our controls based on this report. So this was a negative one. And 1 year after this super fruitful interaction, Twitter announced banning 7,000 Turkish bots, and they blamed them as government trolls. And some of those bots were part of this trend manipulation network. And we could see that because the data was published. So we emailed the person who removed these trolls, who was Yoel Rof again, and he was the head of integrity team of Twitter. And we disclosed our findings and our previous interaction. And he initially responded us positively. He CC'd other people, and he says, thanks for our analysis, and they will look into it. But unfortunately, they never replied to our follow-ups. And they all quitted Twitter, or they were fired from Twitter later. But I heard from an ex-employee that off the records, our findings were spot on, and they were trying to build a solution, but it didn't lead to anything. So my article detailing the attack and its impact was published in 2021. And Twitter, it got some media attention, and one newspaper asked for Twitter to comment on this, and Twitter said, we do our best, and we are looking into the findings of this study. However, they didn't fix this, and the article didn't make a big noise because it mainly concerned Turkey, and so there was no resolution. But there was going to be elections in Turkey in 2023, and they were very critical. And I know that there were going to be many fake trends from the government side and also opposition side. So I decided to build my own solution to this problem to defend the elections. I created a bot that collects the data of bots, detects the fake trends, and reports them to public through Twitter by tweeting. And it worked in real time, meaning that it collected the data in real time, and as soon as the fake trends appear, it posted and warned other users that this trend is fake. So I ran this bot for a year, and I observed that not many reports got attention, but there were a few very successful reports that got many views because popular users quoted them. And there was one viral report. And this one report made this bot almost a political actor in the elections. It made it gain 10,000 followers, and there were many politicians, journalists, government officials following this account. And the viral report was something like, "We love Muharrem İnce." So Muharrem İnce was the third candidate in this election, and he split it from the main opposition because they kind of had an infighting, and he wanted to be a candidate instead of supporting the opposition. So the main opposition was critical of him. They were saying that this is a very important election, why are you splitting now? And so this report got like 3 million views and widely reported by the newspapers. And because it was a direct evidence that this guy was promoted by bots, all the newspapers said that the government bots are promoting the third candidate to split the opposition. However, I disagree. That's not what happened. I know because I was there. So what really happened was the fake trend alert bot posted this report saying that this third candidate is being promoted by bots. And after this tweet, immediately a lot of opposition aligned accounts retweeted it and made it viral. It was like they were waiting for this very moment. And the main opposition used this for its advantage and spread the narrative saying that the government divides the opposition using bots. And here, fake trend alert says it. If you don't believe us, believe this bot account. So I strongly believe that the main opposition purchased this fake trend, triggered my bot account, and attributed this fake trend to the third candidate. So I'm sorry to admit that fake trend alert became part of main opposition campaign. And sadly, my bot account got never viral again, but it's still on Twitter. You can go check it. However, unfortunately, in July 2023, Elon Musk cut data access to the public, so I cannot detect bots anymore, or I cannot detect fake trends anymore, and unfortunately, the bot is idle. So there are a few takeaways and discussion points I would like to make before concluding. First, many social media platforms now resort to this third solution, which is reporting that something is fake or not legit in some way. However, I strongly believe that this cannot be the ultimate solution, because as we have seen in this case study, such reports are always politicized and could be used for propaganda as well. And there is also another danger waiting for us. Now the platforms are being flooded by AI-generated content, and it's very hard for humans to label such content as AI-generated or fake. So in the end, we will need technical solutions that detect fakes, and these solutions should be implemented by the platforms. And while this case focused on Twitter, Facebook was even worse during these elections. Turkey had something like the local version of Cambridge Analytica. There were many targeted ads that spread disinformation generally about the main opposition, and Facebook took those ads after the election and reported their inauthenticity. And this is because Facebook has the same priorities and issues as Twitter, as any other social media platform. So the old Twitter wasn't doing their best, but they were doing something. They were suspending the bots, trolls, accounts that are sourced from foreign countries, and they were like publishing this data and giving access to researchers. However, unfortunately, Elon Musk stopped all this, and now he's trolling the platform by himself. So he's trying to attract all these far-right users the old moderation chased away, and he's trying to drive traffic to the platform by creating controversies every day. So thank you for listening, and here are the academic works that influenced this presentation. Thank you.
Wow. Yeah, that's kind of taken us through the looking glass and beyond, I think, there. And thanks for introducing us to the ephemeral astroturfing, which is what a great phrase. It sounds more like getting tired after playing five-a-side for 10 minutes, but it's a fantastic phrase. Welcome back to Olga and Oliver for this Q&A session. We've got probably just short of half an hour for this. I'd just like to invite everybody to pose questions, and if we do have any in the room, but just to kind of start us off, just where you finished there, TJ, has Twitter gone beyond the pale? You know, is there a way back for Twitter now that, as you say, Elon Musk, as the owner, is participating on the platform, he's trolling it himself? Is there hope? Sorry, when you speak, if you press the yellow button and when the light comes on, you're active.
Okay.
Yeah, just press it once. That's
right.
fine. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the question. Oops. Thank you for the question. So I'm actually I have some guesses about Elon Musk's endgame, but I don't know for sure. However, I strongly believe that he's creating these controversies, and there will be there are a lot of institutions now having a backlash against him, and soon the governments will follow. So we have seen this in the case of Brazil recently. They had some kind of an argument, and in the end, Elon Musk had to comply with Brazil. So I think there may be other countries that will follow Brazil, and we may see that Elon Musk is slowly backing up and act like the old moderation of Twitter, because I don't think like it will go like this in the future.
When you say you've got some guesses about his end game, what do you think they are?
So like I just said in the conclusion, I think so the old moderation before Elon Musk were removing these far-right accounts that spread coordinated narratives, so not necessarily disinformation, or they weren't necessarily bots. And Twitter ended up removing all these accounts, including these QAnon supporters. And they all went away to other social media platforms like Truth Social, Gap, Parler. And so I think Elon Musk is trying to get these account users back, because I believe that they are not very happy in these small social media platforms. So this is like a process for him to say, come back, Twitter is now have free speech, etc. There could be other issues, like maybe he is trying to get some political gains from Trump or other far-right or right-aligned governments, or maybe he's just got radicalized by the algorithm. No, it's just a joke.
I can't remember who it was who mentioned it, but somebody said that he's pitching for that job in the Department of Government Efficiency, which just happens to spell out the name of his own Bitcoin. His own online currency. So I don't know whether that's a fact or not. Olga, you talked a bit about Telegram, and you mentioned Pavel Durov being arrested in France last month. And I think it was only yesterday or 2 days ago that there was some sign that Telegram was going to crack down on certain specific content related to the sales of illegal goods. Does that signal a shift? And in terms of regulation, I'll come to Oliver on regulation in a minute, but in terms of regulation, does it need to go much further to the point where something really draconian like the arrest of Pavel Durov needs to happen before a platform will take meaningful action? If you press the yellow button again.
Yeah, I've already did. Can you hear me?
No, press
yeah?
it.
No, I've already.
Press the, oh yeah, sorry, you're on.
Yeah.
Sorry, my fault, my bad.
I hope it won't need to take, such radical measures as an arrest for a platform to start taking seriously the concerns of researchers, academics, users, because with Telegram there were many attempts to reach out, to the people who are behind it with concerns about, the uncontrolled spread of disinformation there, about the spread of violent content, the anonymity, the insecurity of data and so on, but those concerns were never addressed. So basically and this is, I think, the main difference of Telegram from other platforms. Even TikTok is more collaborative, or used to be more collaborative than Telegram. So Telegram was really the platform that was not responding to any, attempts to kind of raise the awareness of people who manage it, who created it, about, the problems it creates. So I think we still don't know many details, and it's still kind of, I'm very curious to know what prompted this arrest, and what, we've heard, like what the charges are, and they are quite serious. But I'm very curious in the upcoming months to learn more, kind of what evidence do French law enforcement have. But we see, I think it is really positive that there is some progress, and that Telegram is now saying it is ready to kind of address those concerns and to introduce more like stricter moderation of content, and kind of decrease the possibility of people or entities that use it to engage in illegal activity.
Okay, thank you. And I mean, you said before there's a lot of nuance about Telegram, that Telegram is still seen as this kind of trusted source, or a good source of news by people in Ukraine, for example. We might come back to that. But Oliver, first of all, I think what you were suggesting as part of your presentation was that it's not about regulating what we've got, it's about democratizing, the whole way that we kind of interact online. But what are the steps in getting there? What are the kind of regulatory or legislative steps that can help us move towards that greater democratization of those online spaces that you talked about?
Yeah, okay, so these things are not incompatible, and I'm all for regulation. I'm very old-fashioned on this. I think regulation can be a powerful instrument to give ourselves rules that we think are a good idea, so that we can live together well, or live apart well, which is what a good democracy does. Help us live together, help us live apart in ways that are fruitful. Now, but it depends how you do the regulation. So you can democratize the process by which you make regulation, right? Because if we make regulation by what you do, is like when Rishi Sunak brought together all these tech and business and political elites to shape regulation. Well, surprise, surprise, the kind of regulation that is going to come through is not going to touch the bottom line. And that's part of the problem. It doesn't change the political economy of the way tech is developed and supported. So the process of regulation can be democratized. You could have a citizens' council that reviews regulation, that meets constantly, because that's the other challenge. The regulation of today needs to be revised next week. That's how this is going to go. So you need a body that is agile, that is values-driven, that is not hostage to corporate interests or influence or under the influence of lobbyists. So regulation, yes, but how we do that regulation really matters. And then democratizing the tech space is a different matter. It must be said, this is not some kind of future panacea. This is where things started. As most of you will know, the internet was public infrastructure. So many of the technological advances that we enjoy today started as public investments in public infrastructure. So it's coming back to that path. And that path went wrong at some point in the 80s and the 90s, and we need to reclaim all of that. But it cannot be in the old ways, and there are new ways. And I think there's a bigger space for the commons, for communities, and for non-state actors to collaborate with the state in doing this. So yeah, both regulation and democratization. And democratization doesn't mean a free-for-all. The point that Stephanie made about, well, we've democratized how to make memes, but that's not the point, right? Democratization doesn't mean free-for-all, and because that free-for-all is not free-for-all. Those who have the skills, the rhetorical capacity, the resources, the time, they will dominate the space. That's not a democratic space. A democratic space has to have some level of equality built into it. So, but that's a longer-term goal. We do need to democratize the production and distribution and usage of technology.
Okay, thank you. A couple of questions coming on Slido. TJ, I'll put this one to you. We've had two views this morning, well, probably had a few more than that. Will tech fix fake news, or do we just need to be sensible as citizens and deal with fake news as a fact of life?
Well, I think I would go both ways in this case. Olga made a good point that truth is hard to find, so you have to, pardon, it wasn't Olga, it was the first speaker, but okay. So truth is hard to find, so you have to you have to search for it and you have to go for quality journalism. So that's one thing. So the citizens should be aware of this. But also there are the kind of social or media content that the citizens you cannot expect citizens to be aware of, such as AI generated content. So sometimes even I fall for this. So we have to deal with such content with technical solutions because it's too much of a burden on the citizens.
Okay, thank you. I think this one's probably for you, Oliver. This is social listening as a research practice is no longer new. What are the best tips and things to be aware of for researchers doing brand research in an overwhelmingly chaotic digital world?
I didn't get the first.
Social listening.
Listening.
So I guess listening, this whole idea of democratizing public spaces, I guess.
Yeah, well, social listening, I'm not sure I understand that term, so it might be helpful to clarify it. But this is not, but that suggests one-way communication. That's the problem. That's where we are now. Where we are now is a monologic way of communicating. Elites, influencers, celebrities, you name it. They have that one-way street to mobilize people, to rally them around things, good things, bad things. That's part of the problem. The internet has become very monologic, one way. It's a new version of good old-fashioned, public relations, traditional directive communication, where elites try to get people to do things, right? What we need is a more dialogic public sphere where, we have a more egalitarian playing field. How does that look like? Look into the digital commons. Not all of them, but some of them are really creating communities that are far more egalitarian and where people keep each other in check and there is mutual scrutiny and ongoing conversation. That's how we've always, as a humanity, built communities. That's how we've always protected ourselves. So the answer in that sense is community. And that's, for me, one of the key points I really want to make is that a lot of the problems that we see in the digital age and with future technologies, they are not necessarily intrinsic to the technologies. I think Stephanie made a similar point. It should be no surprise that if we build a divided, troubled, unequal world, that's going to shape the kind of world we then get online. So in a way, I guess it's a tall order, because if we want to change the internet, if we want to change digital architectures, if we're going to change all these unwanted dynamics, it's nothing less than changing the world. And that starts, again, in communities, in families, in networks. It's not just that, we can keep going at Musk and all these oligarchs. That's not, in a way, that's not going to solve the problem. Someone else will step in, as long as we have that dynamic of elites and followership. And that's what we need to change.
Can I just ask a question specifically about the UK? There's a question here about, in the UK, politics tends to be a spectator sport with the public jeering from the sidelines. Are you optimistic about positive change in this relationship between citizens and democracy, specifically in the UK? All these questions are like half-day conferences, sorry, but
I'll be fast.
1 minute.
So one of the things I didn't show is that the level of public satisfaction with democracy in the UK is at an all-time low. That won't surprise you. It was already before the pandemic, so it's not just because of the things that happened during the pandemic. So we are really losing people as we go. People have less faith in traditional institutions. And in democracies that are older than in other places, it's harder to rewire our institutions. The UK is notoriously centralized, elite-driven, far more compared to other countries. This is why, although the UK has been a pioneer in democratic innovations, although you won't hear about this in a lot of the mainstream media, but it's happening. I mean, the UK has hosted more citizens' assemblies than any other country. Participatory budgeting, we have 400 processes going on in Scotland as we speak. I mean, digital crowdsourcing, again, lots of digital infrastructure being built. It's happening. We don't see it. There's a politics of visibility and invisibility. It has a lot to do with the political culture of the UK that is very elite-driven. So, younger democracies are finding it a little bit easier to leap ahead. And this is why we see a lot of these innovations taking place in younger democracies. Older democracies feel that all they need to do is a better version of what they were doing. And there are politicians in the UK, I work with a lot of them across all the parties. Some of them get it. They understand that we need to change profoundly. The majority don't. And they're just adopting the Titanic strategy. Let's just keep going. The iceberg is right there, it's visible, but let's just keep going as we go.
Okay, Olga, you talked about humour as one of the strategies that's been deployed by Ukraine in response to Russian disinformation. We've also seen a bit of a change since Kamala Harris took over from Joe Biden as the candidate in terms of the way that the Democrats are using humour towards Trump and almost trying to kind of rile him by sort of sneering at him and laughing at him slightly. Can you see that as a growing trend in terms of humour being used to address disinformation globally?
Well, as a Ukrainian, I need to be very cautious when talking about the US election so that it is not deemed as an interference, because apparently Republicans now see anything Ukrainians say about the US elections as an interference. As I briefly also mentioned that humor can backfire. While it is a useful tool, you need to be really careful on when using it, about the audience that you're talking to, what kind of messages would be acceptable, would not. Like, there is a fine line to walk sometimes with humor that can be seen as offensive by someone. But I think, it's kind of something that it has in common. It can be used to counter disinformation because it is as disinformation as fake and fakes is also appealing to emotions. People are very keen to react to what is causing emotions. So kind of trying to counter something, basically weaponizing, emotions and like triggering the emotional response can be successful. But I also, want to kind of listening to Oliver and Elmas. I just want to kind of react and the previous interventions today. So we're focusing so much on the platforms today, but I've just seen a report assessing kind of the efficiency of efforts in kind of trying to combat disinformation and foreign malign interference in the US and in the EU. And the authors of this report actually argue that the US is more successful because it is focusing on the source, not on the tools, while the EU is focusing a lot on the platforms, like regulating them. The US basically issued these indictments against, these Russian operatives and just like tracking the source, where it is coming from. So while it is correct and right to focus on the platforms, on the accountability, which currently is not anywhere sufficient, on the fact that the platforms are increasingly kind of basically becoming personalized and like personal tools of political influence of their owners or political agenda of their owners, which is definitely the case of X and Elon Musk. I want to mention this name again today. That's the last time I do it. It is also important to look, also at this, like, at how states that use disinformation as a tool of hybrid war or even conventional war, which is the case in Ukraine, but here in the West as a tool of hybrid war, a tool of interference, how they are exploiting those divisions and those, issues with trust in democracy that are already existing in Western societies for their own benefit. So I would just probably appeal to everybody next time when you feel, compelled to complain about how imperfect your democracy is, maybe kind of to try to put things in the perspective and appreciate them more. Because, I don't want to say there are countries that have it much harder, but it is a fact that there are countries that have it much harder. I just think that we really kind of should focus also on all the achievements that have already been made and just believe in our democracies more.
Okay, and having said we shouldn't talk so much about the platforms, just a quick question about the platforms for TJ. The phrase those older viewers amongst us will remember the song "Video Killed the Radio Star" in 1978 or 79. Is it inevitable that platforms will come and go? Stephanie Hare touched on this earlier today, saying, you know, AI and social media platforms are the medium by which we share disinformation or propaganda by another name. Is it inevitable that, you know, in 10 years' time, we won't be talking about Twitter and Facebook, something else will be there? And do you agree with Oliver that ultimately we will see the arrival of more democratic online spaces and a move away from these kind of oppositional platforms that we have at the moment? That's another half a day, sorry.
Okay, yeah, thank you for the question. So I honestly believe that the platforms may come and go, as we have seen in the past, but the concepts won't change. For instance, when the Facebook was first founded, it featured a lot of features, like it had forums or like kind of note-taking ability, and it had groups which still exist, but the other features aren't like used by people anymore. Twitter beat Facebook, didn't beat, but Twitter only came up with one feature, which is like status updating. And then Instagram come up with only one feature, which is like posting photographs. So they introduced features, and these features what made them successful and popular. And we have seen now that TikTok kind of like became the hot stuff with the scrolling down video feature. So the features will be here, and I think we will scroll a lot of videos in the future as well. And the features won't change, and the business models won't change. So the platforms will always make money out of users and their activity and the engagements. And as long as these features and the business models won't change, we will have the same issues and problems. I feel that the social media will continue to be having the same policies, like mitigating social media manipulation, but not too much, just to like enough to like take the backlash off. So it will continue. By the way, can I add one thing to the humor part? Because I was like, okay, I was also intrigued by this discussion. So Olga made this point that Ukrainians were like using humor to like kind of like raise morale for the citizens and the troops. But I also feel that humor may be counterproductive in some cases, because I know that in 2013 we had some riots in Turkey, and this was also the time that Twitter like became the platform for like opposition voices. So there were people on the streets, and they were like writing on the walls, making humors, and they were spreading these on Twitter, and like at that time nobody was like watching TV, everybody was on Twitter, and people were like looking at these funny graffitis, and they were feeling sympathetic to the riots. However, in 2024, there are still big events going on in Turkey. However, people make fun and people do humor, but nobody goes to streets. So it kind of became counterproductive, because like people just react by like making joke of stuff, and they don't really organize or like act like in the old times.
Okay, thank you. Oliver, two questions for you. If X is akin to walking down the street shouting in somebody's face, what are the platforms that enable Oliver's utopia? And do you have a plan for ensuring genuine representation? Well, most people want the choice and opportunity. Most will not bother to engage, and so the process will be biased by the motivated, the mayor factor. Even for this open and free conference, many people signed up but didn't show. Fair point. So, you know, how do you stop how do you get that engagement that you need to make the new type of platforms you talk about genuinely representative and democratic?
Okay, so the utopia word is an interesting one. So I want to address that, right? one of the most exciting areas of work in my field is called the Real Utopias Project, which is not about utopias in the future, it's about things that are happening as we speak. And you can go and check, you can check how Iceland is doing certain things, you can check what's happening in some parts of Brazil, you can see some of the latest innovations. Latin America has been at the forefront of a lot of this. So it's not utopian in the sense of unattainable, it's utopian in the sense of aiming for something better, something. Now, I don't think, I honestly think that Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, TikTok, I think they are technologies of the past. They're based on principles, dynamics, and instincts of the last century rather than the new century that we have ahead. So I do think they are going to become obsolete. I think they are going to work themselves out of existence. A lot of people are awakening to how we consume these things, to how whether we want to be the product that gets sold in the ways that we get sold through the datafication of our information. So I think it's going to happen. We're just awakening. So we should be, give ourselves some credit. It's early days. So I don't think we need platforms that do the same thing but are better. I just think that we're going to need new things, different things. And this is all going to be down to experimentation. There are platforms that are trying to replicate Twitter, Blue Sky, and Mastodon not so much, but it's kind of it's in that space, and so fine. We'll use them, we'll try them. I don't think that's the solution. The solution is in 10, 15, 20 years' time. Some of the platforms, think back 20 years, right? The early platforms are not here anymore. These platforms are not going to be here in 20 years. So the question is, which ones are going to be there in 20 years? And those are yet to be made. If you want to look for inspiration, you want to look at some of the digital commons communities that are trying to crack that down. At the moment, it's happening in feminist spaces, it's happening in spaces of mutualism, of communities organizing. But some of these things will start to scale up. On the issue of representation, so the thing is, we have, so if you want to see, say for example, the Scottish Climate Assembly that I mentioned, it had people across the socioeconomic spectrum, across all educational backgrounds. It had people who identify in different ways. It had people of all ages and so on. It was a microcosm of Scotland. It can be done. The Global Climate Assembly that then fed into the Glasgow COP, that had, again, a demographic representation of the world. You can use social science practices and democratic principles and blend them, and you can create what we call mini publics, which are mini versions of the broader public, and you put in place the infrastructure so that they reflect the range of perspectives and demographics. So these things are not impossible. I mean, with participatory budgeting, the thing we know, especially from the early experiences, is that it was precisely the most disadvantaged, the most disengaged, those who wouldn't participate through traditional mechanisms who use these opportunities. So I don't think this is as big a problem as people think in the technical sense, but it is in the cultural sense, because we've built a form of citizenship that doesn't call forth that kind of, if you go by what you see in a lot of the media and social media, you see the worst version of people. That's what we get fed. It's a diet of the worst version of people. You don't hear about, what's happening up in the northeast of Scotland.
Oliver, I'm just going to stop you there. So I'm going to move from the worst to the best. Okay, we've got 1 minute left. I'm going to give you 20 seconds each to give us a positive thought to take away. Okay, something positive that the delegates can say. I remember this. This is something positive, and I'm going to come to Olga first, then Oliver, and then TJ. Olga.
Well, I think I was trying to insert some positivity in everything that I said, but I know there will be a lot of conversation about the AI today, later, so I think AI, technology, these are all things that can be used for good depending on how we use them. So I think what everyone can do now is just to make everything you can so that technology and the new developments are used for good more than they are used for bad things.
Okay, Oliver, a very short positive thought.
Yeah, the thing is just look deeper and you will find examples of the kind of more desirable online spaces. just look a little bit deeper and don't fall for the story that democracies is this tiny thing that some people do behind closed doors in institutions. It's something we need to do every day in the way we relate to each other. If we get back to that basic notion, then we have an antidote to all of this, because then we can rebuild communities. But again, we need to tackle the questions of economy, the questions of politics, all of them in tandem.
Great, big questions. And TJ, final word, give us some positivity for the future.
In terms of AI and social media, we are not doing our best, but I think we are doing better. So today it's very easy to receive news or find knowledge on the internet compared to the past. So I think we are doing okay.
Okay, thank you very much to TJ, to Oliver and to Olga. Thank you. Thanks very much, guys. They're now leaving the stage. Can I welcome our speakers for the next session, please? We've heard a lot about disinformation and deepfakes, and we've had a lot of discussion on a kind of global scale. So we're going to bring that global conversation more back to Scotland and look at some issues around, particularly around public trust in data and understanding what data can do as a force for good. So if I can invite our speakers to the stage, I'm joined by Layla Robinson, who's Chief Partnership and Strategy Officer with Research Data Scotland, one of the supporters of today's conference. Albert King, who's Chief Data Officer for NHS National Services Scotland. And Layla and Albert are going to tackle some broad, high-level issues around data use. And then we've got two more guests who are kind of going to make it real by talking about projects they've carried out at community level, funded by Research Data Scotland, around people's perception of data and how it's used. Senga Robertson Albertin is a postdoctoral research fellow in the School of Health Sciences at the University of Dundee and part of the My Data project, which we'll discuss later. And Michelle Haywood is from Grampian Regional Equality Council and was also involved in a funded project to do with interviewing drug users and their perceptions of data. We'll bring those two projects in later, but I've got that completely wrong. Michelle's project was working with immigrant communities, so I apologise, we'll talk about that later, my fault. Layla, first of all, we've heard a lot of challenges today. Is public trust in data of any kind damaged by this kind of focus and this concern about disinformation, and how can organisations like Research Data Scotland help rebuild that trust?
I think it's such a new, not necessarily a new area, but yeah, of course I can, thank you. Hopefully you can all hear me now. I think it's just a fast-moving area where it's maybe got into more of a public consciousness in terms of the use of data and the potential benefits, but also the potential risks, whether in healthcare, whether in some of the more other topics that have been touched on this morning. So I think there's a greater awareness of the use of data and issues around that. But also that there has been more in terms of like a public dialogue, in terms of activities of public engagement and involvement that were already happening, but I think there's hopefully a greater appreciation of the need to do that by different organisations in Scotland, across the UK and beyond. And I think organisations like RDS, what can we do and what are we doing? I mean, we've fundamentally got a commitment in that the research that we're facilitating is for the public good, and how do we do that? That we're doing that in a transparent way, that we're underpinning public engagement and involvement in the work that we're doing. So we co-run a panel of members of the public called Scotland Talks Data, and we undertook a programme last year to really recruit and energise the panel so that it was more representative of a wider group of people, and that through the Public Engagement Fund that we did last year and are doing at the moment as well this year, and we've got two projects here that we're reaching out to people who don't go to conferences like this, who wouldn't even be aware of things like this. It's not on their kind of horizon, that we're actively funding projects and involving people and going out to them to inform them and to hear from them what are their concerns, so whether they might be seen as vulnerable groups or How do they see their data being used? What awareness do they have of that? What do they see of the pitfalls? So I think there's an onus on RDS and other organisations in this space to undertake that work and involve people and engage people and also listen. The only other thing I'd flag is that because there's so much happening, not organisations like some of the ones that have been mentioned in other spaces, but also where we do operate, might not be undertaking that. And I think that some of it is being aware of what else is happening, so that as part of it, we're explaining that we believe that's fundamental, but if issues do arise in the media and elsewhere, that it doesn't backfire, and that there is a risk of perception and understanding and trying to take people with us.
Okay, thank you. Thanks very much. Albert, if you can just tell us a little bit about your role and what do you think underpins trust in data, and what do you think a positive relationship between data and democracy looks like from your own role?
Okay, so one or two bits and bobs to touch on there then. So in terms of my role, so I lead the National Data Service for the NHS in Scotland. So what that means is that we really focus on three things. So the first of those is actually fundamentally investing in those high quality national data assets that really underpin the NHS and the NHS relies on. So that's obviously about health, but it's also about our workforce and about the resources that we have. We also provide a lot of the technology that actually enables people to unlock insight from that data and deliver public services. And we also work really closely with partners to actually deliver the outcomes from that data that actually improve patient care, that mean that we use resources better and actually get more productivity out of that really valuable, high value workforce that we have in the NHS. So that kind of means that we're delivering, just to give you a sense of scale, hundreds of thousands of kind of reports, dashboards, advanced analytics to tens of thousands of users across Scotland, not just in health actually, but more widely, including supporting research and across the whole health and social care economy. And so kind of examples of that are things like the work we've done on vaccinations to make sure that those vaccination programs are reaching everybody across the whole population, or helping to provide tools that identify people at risk of admission to hospital and make sure that those care plans and interventions are put in place before those events arise. Or actually providing the products that support decision makers that I guess you might expect we would provide to make those kind of real-time decisions that need to be made to support the NHS when it's under perhaps times of pressure, perhaps during winter, for example. So that's what we do, and I've been working in data for a good few years now, previously in government and private sector. And when I think about kind of my personal journey around that, I think what's kind of always motivated me is and hopefully many of us here today as well, is actually the opportunity to see the impact from the positive impact that data can bring and better use of data. And I think the opportunity to do that and to work with people who share those values and are really invested in achieving those outcomes is a real privilege. And I think that's actually one dimension, one aspect of those foundations of trust. So having those values of public service baked into the people who are using data, I think is really, really important. I'm not pretending for a moment that it's sufficient, but I think it's really, really foundational. So some of the other things that I think we need to see, I think there is, I should say I'm a technologist to trade, by the way. I started my career in technology. So I think there is a technical dimension to this. So I think making sure that data is actually secure and trustworthy. So we also operate the National Cyber Security Centre of Excellence, and that helps us to make sure that those systems, that data, is always protected and secure. There's certainly a people dimension to this, and Lila talked a bit about this as well, and the importance of not just consultation, but meaningful conversations around how we're using data and making sure that that people understand how we're using it, and actually going maybe a little bit beyond that and actually giving people, and this might be controversial to some public servants, but actually a bit of agency about how data is actually being used and control over their data, right? And I think the final part of this sort of jigsaw, and I'm sure others would add more, but this final part of this jigsaw for me is really around the value dimension and making sure that we're really clear about the value that data brings, and everybody involved in that sort of supply chain, those who are represented by the data, those who create the data, and those who consume it are all getting value from data and see that value, and that we're really, again, some of the innovation in academic research is really valuable here, really really promote that value. So one or two things there, David.
Yeah, okay, thank you. And we'll come back to some of those issues about how we deliver genuine value from data for real people and about those meaningful conversations about data with Senga and Michelle soon. But Layla, first of all, I'll let you do a little advert about the Research Data Scotland's Public Engagement Fund and why you set it up before we hear from our two projects.
Okay, thank you. I think firstly I should say, for people who aren't aware, Research Data Scotland was set up at the end of 2021 to make it quicker and simpler for researchers to access public sector data for their research for public good. And as part of that, we always thought it was key to underpin that with public engagement. And so as part of a kind of wider public engagement involvement kind of strategy, last year we launched a public engagement fund which funded 8 projects through £56,000, and that was a pilot fund. And this year we recently relaunched a fund, and the idea is we can do work within the team at RDS and with the partner organisations that we work with, but really to reach out to people across Scotland in different groups. And I think earlier in the panel they mentioned publics, to really reach different groups, as I say, that we would be better placed to fund different organisations to do that and to make suggestions around the sorts of projects that they would like to see. So in terms of having kind of their existing contacts, the people that they're working with. So we've got 2 people represented here today who did projects last year, and then the fund is open for applications this year for projects between £1,000 and £10,000. Application date closes on the 14th of October, but we're just really keen to hear from a mix of organisations and people who wish to do projects around kind of explaining data research, informing what we are doing in terms of data research across Scotland, what the pitfalls might be, how people perceive that. And we've this year, kind of learning from the pilot fund, have protected some of the money specifically for community groups who last year might have struggled to apply because it was not necessarily set up in the best way for community groups who might have the most interesting projects.
Okay, thank you. And if anybody is in the audience today who thinks they might have a project that is interested, there's a QR code there to get more information or speak to RDS outside. I'll bring in Senga and Michelle now. I mean, Senga, first of all, can you tell us a little bit about the My Data project, what you hope to achieve by it and what you found?
Yeah, of course. So I was part of a group that did the My Data project, which was led by Louise Marriott in University of Dundee. And what we have sort of seen over time is that when we are trying to look at outcomes of people who are vulnerable, it can be quite difficult for us to track. And so by using administrative data that can give us access to do longitudinal studies of outcomes for a plethora of things, and our research focus, that's when it comes to substance use. We had seen in the literature that there had been some work done with particular groups about how they felt about how administrative data was used, but that was particularly in people with mental health, medical conditions, and with homelessness, and we observed that it wasn't something that had been explored with people that use substances. So with funding from RDS, what we did was we visited a recovery service called Restoration Fife. We set up 2 different focus groups and we spoke with users of the service about what their views were on the use of their data for research purposes. We explained how that research process worked. We explained what our motivations were in our research and that it was a positive thing. And we received a fantastic level of feedback from the people that were participating. There were quite a broad range of opinions, but overall, the overarching feedback that we got was that we're happy for you to use our data, providing that it's done constructively, providing it's done with consent, and providing we know what you are sharing. There was some trepidation when it came to some elements of it. When it came to confidentiality, there was some, I wouldn't go so far as to say some misunderstanding, but things that weren't quite clear about the type of data that's used and how it is used, and that could be confused with, I don't know, for example, your data being cloned and used for other purposes. And there were also some elements of fear with when data was shared, particularly with this group, which are particularly vulnerable. So they may be parents and may be less inclined for data to be shared because they have fears that it may impact their family situations and help that's available to them. And there are also some sort of moral themes that came through, which were surprising. So particularly when that came around to sort of death data as well, about how ethical is it to share the information about someone who's no longer alive. But the project was absolutely fantastic, and we got a lot of feedback, and we worked very closely with the service users to not only help them to direct the research that we do, but also to co-create with them a stop motion video, which really shared their views, and they could really become involved in the sort of outreach and dissemination process. So it was very much a two-way project, and we got a lot from it, and we continue to work with data to support these people and going forward. So, yeah.
Okay, thanks very much, and we'll pick up again on some of those points later. But Michelle, first of all, can you tell us a little bit about your project? How fair is North East Scotland? And again, what did you aim to achieve, and what were your main findings?
So it's a very, very different project from what Sanger was doing. So our sort of three aims for it was to speak with different ethnic minority communities to find out what they think about research, how they understand it, how they understand the process, what they'd like to see researched, and how they'd like their communities to be involved. And folk were really, really switched on about research, and this is maybe not surprising because these are people that came to a focus group to talk about research. A lot of them were international students or had done bits and pieces of research for their studies. So we did 6 focus groups with different communities, and the main part of the conversation was about what kind of topics people wanted to see researched. There were things that you might expect, so people were interested in the immigrant experience, people's experience at the health system, kids' experience at school. There was something about culture shock, about sort of a mismatch of expectations between parents and schools and how to sort of overcome that. Employment, racism, underemployment was a big one. So none of these were particularly surprising, but the thing that every single group was really, really focused on was information for newcomers. So everybody had a story about how they had a hard time finding good information when they arrived, how they didn't know where to find information, how they were getting different bits of information from different people. And everyone was really, really concerned about where people are going to find good, reliable information, and the consequences of getting bad information, whether that's, really, really horrible stuff like, oh, I didn't know that I wasn't supposed to have a job, or I wasn't supposed to access this fund, and now I've gone against my visa restrictions, so now I have to leave the country, right up to, oh, I didn't know where to buy cheap groceries, or I didn't know where to find halal food. So, right the gamut of everything that people think about. So there was we weren't really expecting conversations about that. And so that there was a lot of discussion about that, and then a lot of interest in people taking part in research through lived experience groups or through being involved in consultations and things. But these are groups of people that are sort of over-consulted and over-promised in a lot of cases, and oftentimes under-delivered. So there was that idea that, oh, well, I want to be involved in something that is going to be useful for other people, and particularly in my community, but in other communities as well.
Okay, that's really interesting. Thanks very much. And Albert, just to come back to you, that kind of trepidation and fear that particularly Sanger sort of outlined, and a lot of questions from Michelle as well. When it comes to sharing personal health data, what are the particular sensitivities that are relevant to yourself working in NHS and to Layla in Research Data Scotland, and how do you try and address those sensitivities?
Yeah, thanks, David. So, I suppose sensitivities around health data are pretty well documented, right? And we all sort of understand them to some degree. In fact, they're even reflected in the law. So, we have to respect that, and certainly the NHS is governed by all of that. And that's pretty understandable because actually that health data could expose people to all sorts of risks. They might be at risk of being stigmatized. We've heard about some of that already. They might be at risk of being disadvantaged in some contexts. But it is all absolutely really, really nuanced, and it's, in addressing those concerns and making sure that we do so meaningfully, it's really important that we listen to people, and we've heard about some of that today already, and that's about sort of meaningful engagement and conversation as well as consultation. In developing the data strategy for health and social care, so if you haven't looked at it, I recommend it. It's a great read. Everyone loves a good strategy, right? But in developing the data strategy for health and social care, we actually undertook a series of exercises called data dialogues. And that came through, and some of the themes that you've already heard actually were echoed in that. So what came through really clearly in that was the importance that people placed on control, being able to understand who data was being shared with and why, and have agency over those things and what the purpose is, and that was all done within a kind of a framework and a clear framework of accountability, and that being really, really important. But I think it was also really clear, that concept of control, people did actually understand that it was pretty nuanced, that data is complex, and that managing that is tricky, and so they might need a bit of help with that to do that in ways that are meaningful. People certainly really, really understand the importance, I think this speaks to RDS in particular, the importance of using that data. I think people were generally more comfortable with it being anonymized, but using that data for research, for innovation, but again, with sort of caveats around that being for public benefit. And I suppose we could debate what that, those two simple words mean, but people do understand that. And so I suppose, coming back to this point about addressing them, the health and social care data strategy in its development, and then I think in its publication, absolutely has listened. So you'll see reflected in that when you do go and read it now, that I've encouraged you to, that there is that commitment there and that ambition around actually giving people access to and control over their data and agency over their data, really focused on using data as an enabler of better outcomes. But as I say, you don't have to take my word for it. Go and read it.
Okay, I'll just bring it back to you, Senga. You talked about that hesitance, that trepidation, I think was the word you used, and fear as well, but a willingness for data to be shared if it was seen to be helping others and to be having a positive impact. What do you think could help reduce that kind of trepidation and fear when there is that understanding that there is wider value to that data and to those individuals that you talk to?
Thank you. I think being transparent about what the data is used for and how it is shared. Certainly one of the themes that had come from our focus groups was, well, sometimes we're asked for consent to share our data and sometimes we're not, but then sometimes it's shared without even asking us. So what's the point? So if we're transparent about what it is used for and what it's not allowed to be used for, then that should build trust, hopefully. And it's all about education as well, and about having the time to pass on that information in a way that is meaningful and has value to the people whose data that's being used. You can give someone, a huge consent form, and really, who even does take the time to use that and to read that? And depending on the people that you work with, their backgrounds may mean that forms like that aren't particularly accessible to themselves anyway, so they're not particularly sure what we're asking of them. So I think, just to summarise, just more transparency and to build trust.
And coming back to you as well, Michelle, what questions did the people you spoke to have about sharing that data and about sharing it more widely as well across public sector agencies, third sector agencies who they would then interact with? Was there any trepidation about that?
I think that the main concern that people had was that the data would be shared, that it wasn't just going to go into a black hole or sit on a shelf somewhere. There was a lot of people had the experience of giving the same answers to things again and again, but things not changing. So there was this real concern that what is the point of, and I'm talking more about sort of qualitative data or survey responses, not like health data. So there was a real concern about making sure that the data gets to the people who need to hear it. There was a real sense that, oh, well, if the decision makers only knew that this thing was such a problem, then they would change it, obviously. I'm not sure I agree with that perspective, but it came across in all the focus groups. People really believed that decision makers have the best interests of people at heart, and if only they knew how their policies were damaging people or making life difficult for people, then of course they would change those policies. So there was a concern about where the data was going and how it was getting communicated. But then on the flip side, there's also a concern about, as researchers, how we communicate back to communities. So after we did the research, we brought a summary of it to our language cafe. And one of the things that they did was, we thought we wrote it in fairly plain English, and they went through, and everybody that was there that was struggling with English underlined all the words that they didn't understand. And that was a bit of an eye-opener. So being able to communicate your findings to communities in a way that's appropriate and accessible for them was really, really important as well.
Okay, thanks very much. And Layla, coming back to you, we've touched on some issues around consent there. And there's always this question about how do we get the balance right between appropriate consent and not allowing those complexities to prevent data sets that could be really useful to be opened up to researchers and to deliver what Albert talked about, delivering that value. So how do we get that balance between consent and actually that public value that we can derive from data?
I think there's another half-day conference there. I think in terms of consent, I think part of it is what Senga touched on, and understanding and informing around what is in place in terms of consented and unconsented use, like the use of consented and unconsented data. So in terms of what we're working in terms of research, it's effectively anonymised. So it isn't possible for people to go back and link to identifying features of individuals. And informing people, and also we're working with legislation. There is legislation in place, and people are often aware of GDPR, but maybe not other kind of acts and legislation and things like what's called the 5 safe principles, in which we and other organisations are operating in. I think part of it is the complexity. So the use of data has evolved, and lots of the organisations that we work with have evolved that it's not necessarily how you would draw out on a piece of paper. And so part of what we're doing is trying to bring those together within Scotland and simplify some of this, make it more efficient. And how do you do that within an existing system, whilst also informing people about how that works? And to Albert's point before, similarly, I've worked around data for 20 years, but I'm not technical. And actually, we're using a lot of different types of technical knowledge, and it does get technical very quickly, whether in terms of data sourcing or information governance, which often is the crux of a lot of this. And how do you bring those types of different technical expertise, as well as the expertise of the public and people whose data we're using or would like to use, and researchers who want to use that? How do you bring that together in a system that is relatively efficient? And also, when you're working with public sector data, and sometimes I'm a bit cautious about saying this, but it's often people in the public sector who it resonates most with, they're not always the quickest moving organisations for understandable reasons. But how do you do that relatively efficiently, relatively as effectively as we can, whilst using people's lived experience? So I think there's some complexity within the system. There's complexity about how you explain what's already in place in terms of protections, and bringing those different parts together.
And just an associated question, really. What we're talking about with the 2 projects is quite relatively small, localised projects in specific areas. How can the intelligence that you're gaining through those projects and a number of those projects, how can they be brought to bear at that kind of national level of large data sets? What's that relationship between this small localised work and those very large data sets that can be made available to researchers to really draw policy insights?
I think it partly isn't. It's listening, and it's taking on board lessons from those different projects where they're relevant. So, for example, we've learned a lot from the projects that we funded last year, and there's obviously lots of other work that other organisations and people are doing. Within Scotland and beyond, we're involved in UK groups so that people aren't duplicating. But I think there's not a lot of risk of duplication, because part of it is the public isn't homogenous, obviously, and what we're talking about is so broad. So I think it's making people aware of what's already being done, us and others listening to that and informing our work. For example, we put synthetic data to our public panel, and there was a really good discussion, and it's informed the plans that we have around synthetic data in terms of the outputs, in terms of how we approach that, in terms of listening to what people might have concerns about, and also their understanding of what synthetic data may or may not be. So I suppose part of it's listening, it's awareness. There's a number of reports, I think Albert mentioned one or two, but also, I mean, we've co-sponsored a report with Scottish Government, and Science-wise, Scottish Government also undertook their own report around the use of public sector data. I think, and also, for example, Datalock, who are part of DDI, did a really good report on it with Ipsos Mori, that showed a lot of support for the use of people's data for health and care, but it's making sure that those don't just sit on a shelf, that we refer to them in an accessible way, and in a way that is genuinely lay and approachable. So again, going back to people, and it's ongoing, isn't it? It evolves.
And to pick up on that point, Albert, when we had a chat beforehand, we were talking, there is a lot of public money invested in academic data research, and how can we ensure a better return on that investment? That it's not just an academic paper, it's not just a new model, but how can you turn more of those projects into tangible things that actually benefit real people?
Yeah, and I think, I mean, as you suggest, David, I mean, I think that's pretty fundamental to us actually sustaining public, the public confidence in our use of data as well, because actually, do you know what, we don't get to use this data and do interesting things with it unless there's actually going to be a benefit, unless we can show that benefit. And it's a bit like the discussion there about, you know, how do we bring some of those projects into those kind of national spaces in a similar way. You know, I think there's lots of innovation. I know there's lots of innovation happens in, for example, in academia and the private sector. But it often feels like, I think sometimes from a public sector perspective and from working in the public sector, that innovation happens externally and is then imported. And I genuinely believe there's a bit of an opportunity now to think about how do we actually do more of that work within a public sector context, much closer to the services that's actually going to affect and impact upon. And that's an opportunity in a number of ways. And that's an opportunity partly because we get to work on data that's more representative of the public services that we're actually going to see that innovation applied to. It's more impactful because we actually get to work with the workforce who are going to be recipients of that and help them on that journey, and indeed those who are going to be, you know, the public who are going to be affected by those changes. So I think there's a real opportunity there. And I'll leave you with this thought. I was at Turing, the Turing conference earlier in the year, and there was one of the speakers said, and I really took this away, that he'd done a bit of research and he was looking at this, and he reckoned about 1% of the models that get developed in academia actually end up in something like a context where they deliver value. And I kind of think that's not good enough. Now, we're never going to get anywhere close to, you know, 100%, but maybe we could just get maybe close to, I don't know, say 2%, and that might just shift the dial, right?
Okay, thank you. That is quite a shocking figure. Thank you for sharing that. Coming back to you, Senga and Michelle. Senga, first of all, what we're talking about really today is about public trust. It is about public trust in, when we talk about disinformation, we're talking about public trust in information. So how do you think your project has helped enhance public trust and public understanding in information at a local level, and what next for your project?
Yeah, so kind of going back to that trust element, and I think that it's really important that in order to build trust that we can show some tangible evidence that the work that we're doing is actually having impact. Certainly from the work that we did with the RDS funded project last year, it allowed us to help direct our research focus in addition, you know, to the normal routes, which is looking at the literature and looking at current research as well. And that's allowing us to direct where we're going to then be able to evidence what we're doing. And we can actually see that in sort of, not exactly real time, that's not exactly the right terminology, but in this moment we're working on quite a large project that traces the outcomes of babies and children from birth up to 5 years over the last 10 years in Scotland. Now, the impact of that project, the information that's already coming from that is massive. You could work on that data forever. It's more than half a conference. But what's also coming from that as well is that we can also use that data, and we're working with a charity and a local authority to evidence that that charity is having impact, and that charity and that service that it provides should be continued to be funded by the local authority, because that's currently something that's coming up for them. So that's something that we can do directly with the data that we have, and that is led by smaller projects on a local level. And it kind of works in a cycle where we get that information at the local level, we can do the projects, and then we can demonstrate that this is the impact that you're having while you're working with us.
Okay, thank you. And Michelle?
I think that it happens on a couple of different levels. Certainly on the level of the focus groups, there were some conversations about how data is used and what it's used for. So things like when you're filling in a job application and, you know, there's the diversity monitoring form, a lot of people didn't want to fill that in because they thought, well, why am I having to give my ethnicity and my sexual orientation? Because, you know, how is that going to be used? And we were able to explain to them how it's used, that sort of thing. So that was a positive thing. And then they're going to go and tell all their friends about it. So sort of putting that information out there. On a different level, it's showing, as you were saying, showing some impact, showing some outcomes from people taking part in research. So one of the projects that we've been working on for a long time, about 10 years ago, Integrate Grampian put together a booklet called Living and Working in Northeast Scotland. So it's got everything from how to open a bank account, how to set up, how to sign up with a GP, how to get a driving license, what are the sort of rules and regulations you need to know when you arrive. And it was translated into 7 different languages, but obviously it was in 2015. It's been downloaded thousands and thousands of times, despite being on a really obscure website. So we're working with Integrate Grampian to try to get some funding to update it, to make it more accessible, to make it more relevant for people, and also to advertise it, because one of the things was a big sort of advertising campaign with loads of postcards to say, this is available. And we're going to be working with these different community groups to say, okay, what information should be in this booklet? What information, or probably website actually, or possibly app, but I don't like apps. So, you know, what information is going to be in there so they'll be able to see a direct result of, okay, we talked to you about this thing that we need, and now we're getting this thing that we need. So that's a positive outcome.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, just to wrap up, Albert first, then Layla, you know, how, from what you've heard about these specific projects and from your own work, how are we doing at building greater public trust in data in Scotland, do you think? And particularly from your perspective, Albert, health data.
So I think there's very strong public trust in the use of data by the health service, and that's something that's been built up over many, many years. It's not something that's happened quickly, and it reflects actually, I think, a lot of the founding principles and values of the NHS. So, and you don't have to take my word for it, right? There's evidence to underpin that. You know, I referred to some of earlier things like the public dialogues piece and so on. I think the tricky thing is we do have, right, those foundations, but we absolutely cannot take that for granted. So it's that need for that continued investment. And I talked about this earlier, right, in making sure that we've got the trust in the context of the technology underpinnings, right, those foundations. We've got that ongoing communication and public dialogue, and then we're continuing to demonstrate the value of that data to everybody involved in and having an interest in it.
And final word to you, Layla, are you optimistic that we are making progress in building greater public trust in data? And again, coming back to how you think specific projects like these and future projects can help.
Perhaps unsurprisingly, I'll say yes, with caveats. Yeah, I think there's really good work being done in Scotland, and Scotland is a nice size in some ways for doing that. And there is genuine commitment and awareness to undertake projects like this, to encourage kind of public involvement and awareness and understanding. But it's a never-ending job, especially when there is awareness and growth of AI, for example, that would have been really fun to touch on. And I think that we and others are open to learning. I think my caveats are, we'll learn from projects like this. We can't necessarily control what others are doing, whether particularly, I would say maybe in the private sector or in other countries, and we can learn from that, but we can't control it. And it might be that there are headlines that grab people's attention who haven't been directly involved and aren't directly aware that may cause concern. And that worries me slightly, more than slightly sometimes, because we can control what we can do and we need to do more and we need to learn from it, and it helps support the arguments for undertaking data research, for example, and collecting people's data, like some of the points Michelle raised, how people can benefit. But there is a little bit, I don't know, kind of the person keeping us from lunch, there may be that issues arise that, whether it be Facebook or something else totally separate, that make people a bit more cautious. So I think all we can do is do more of it and learn from it and maybe do it better.
Okay, thanks very much, Leila. I know there's been quite a lot of other questions around things like synthetic data, linking together different public data sets, which maybe you can pick up in the break, because we really are trying to, the idea of this session was to link it into the overall theme and the whole idea of trust in information and link that into disinformation. But can you please thank Leila, Albert, Senga and Michelle for their tremendous insights. Thanks very much to all our speakers this morning. That brings us to lunch. Great opportunity to chat and to network. And we'll see you back again to discuss facial recognition technology, nudge government, and try and come to a few conclusions. So we'll see you again at 2 o'clock. Oh, these chairs are annoying. Yeah, these chairs are really annoying. Sorry? Always the same. Always, always, always, always.
It's when you realise your coffee's at home and we're getting so strong that conference coffee doesn't even
Oh, it
touch
doesn't touch the sides.
Right.
I know what you mean. Yeah. Okay, folks, welcome back. Just to say, stick with us this afternoon. We are going to have Amica, one of the world's most humanoid robots, who is going to be contributing in the session at the end of the day, as we try and wrap up some of the big themes that we've heard throughout our sessions so far. We hope our other speakers this afternoon are not going to be quite so robotic. Are the human beings more robotic and the robots are more human? Discuss. Our next session is still very closely linked to the theme of disinformation and democracy, but it's bringing in some wider perspectives, especially around justice. We're going to hear next, but one from Diego Quiroz of the Scottish Biometric Commissioner's Office. But first of all, can I introduce Ben Collier? Ben is lecturer in digital methods at the University of Edinburgh, and he's going to talk about some of the ways that government is responding to disinformation online. Please welcome Ben.
Hello, yes. Yeah, I'll be worried about humanoid robots when they can do hair like this. But yeah, so I'm Ben, I'm a lecturer in digital methods at the University of Edinburgh, and I'm going to be talking today about what we call it influence policing, but more generally I'll be talking about some of the ways that governments, particularly the UK government, UK policing, UK security services, are reacting to misinformation and wider kind of information threats. This is a really big project. It's got people from all sorts of institutions, Edinburgh, Napier, Strathclyde, Cambridge, so it's not just me. I'm presenting on quite a few people's work. So, in terms of responses, so we've heard a bit today about some of the threats in terms of misinformation, disinformation, kind of what's out there, but very quickly I'll talk a bit about some of the ways that people are trying to respond. So these are generally seen as problems of the circulation of information, not just online, but also in everyday life as well. In general as well, this is not just a question of false information, so facts, people believing incorrect things, but actually wider forms of malign influence on the information ecosystem. So attempts to influence culture, attempts to influence people's behaviors, not just trying to get them to believe things that are untrue. And that's the case across a lot of different parts of society, not just politics, but also things like people's beliefs around misogyny, these kind of things as well. Now, there's a wider sense in government, in police, in civil society that these sorts of campaigns, these sorts of forms of influence are a real threat, and a bunch of solutions are kind of being kicked about. So we've got the kind of obvious technological solutions. These sort of often rely on provenance. So we'll use some sort of magic tech to make it so that you can't fake stuff online. Various educational responses as well. We change how we teach people. We teach people to be more critical about how they consume media. But I'm slightly skeptical about these first two ones. It tends to assume that this is a problem of people not being smart enough, people not being critical enough, whereas actually people that think they're very smart, think they're very critical, are often the first to fall for these kind of campaigns, and kind of wider institutional renewal, which I think is probably a better approach. But these are all passive. So these are all about trying to protect you from bad information, effectively passively. But actually, government is also doing other stuff in this space as well. They're doing active things. So not just restricting the spread of bad signals, but sending out what they see as positive signals to shape society. Now, we call this, and this is what I'll be talking about today, influence policing. So the use by government of influence methods for social prevention. Now, traditionally, the criminological view on this is that police and law enforcement's campaigns on social media are pretty simple. It tends to be showing pictures of police dogs, right, and like a smiling police officer, so effectively PR campaigns, right? Or very simple information and awareness campaigns, you know, lock your doors, this kind of stuff. But actually across the UK, what we've been looking at is a far more sophisticated, strategic, and digital-first approach that a lot of police and security services agencies have been trying to get a grip on the kind of information environment. So using these digital tools to inoculate or to shape culture more actively. Now, a brief overview of what I'm going to talk about. The first bit of this talk is going to be sort of quasi-historical. I'm going to talk about 3 different phenomena that are coming together in what we call influence policing. So the first of these is social marketing, so using communications for the public good rather than for private marketing. The second is there as a behavioral science in government, so you'll probably know this as nudge. And the third is digital ad targeting, so the big change that social media has brought to how you are able to speak to the public and which publics you're able to speak to. I'll talk then very briefly about what happens when all this comes together, and then the interesting bit of this talk, I know right at the end, is going to be some examples. So I'll get a small concept warning here. So I'm going to show you some of these influence campaigns. They are by law enforcement and security services, so they talk about crime, and they also show examples of things like racism, and actually sometimes state racism as well, so you're aware. So first, I'll talk very briefly about what social marketing is. So we see social marketing emerge as a philosophy, as a practice in the early 1970s. This is post the kind of mass culture boom, when you've got millions and millions and millions of pounds pouring into culture, pouring into advertising in the 60s, and government says, well, can we use some of these resources, well, to do good? So to market things that don't have a product or price associated, like health behaviors initially. So getting people to go to the GP, getting people to seek treatment for things, getting people to change their health behaviors. Now, this is really distinct to what you might call traditional propaganda approaches to doing this. This doesn't speak to a sort of a whole nation, it doesn't speak to a national or a class-based community. Instead, it uses marketing expertise to segment the public on the basis of largely consumer behaviors, to see, well, what identities and ideas and communities are actually out there that we can see through things like purchasing habits, and tailoring communities to those actually much smaller groups of the population. This initially starts mostly in health, but then really spreads to policing as well. We see the rise of the police awareness campaign, and these almost all rely on the authority of the police voice, of someone telling you what to do, to say, we're the police, we know how to solve crime, so lock your doors and windows, please. Now, obviously, this is problematic because a lot of the groups you most want to change their behavior don't listen to the police. So, remember this guy? Across the 1990s and early 2000s, we see a big change in government and how government sees what it should be doing. And this is broadly a sort of science of government approach, right? We get the idea that government interventions don't just go out into the world. We can treat them like a sort of science experiment. We can test them on particular populations, evaluate them, and then spread them more widely. So this then really takes a much bigger form in the late 2000s with the formation of the Nudge Unit. So initially formed under Gordon Brown's government, but then really taken up by the Cameron government as a big part of that political project. Nudge is really the kind of, it's got a very financial crisis-y context, but this idea of, well, non-intervention, not doing stuff with society, not exerting these kinds of government control isn't working particularly well. Look at the financial crisis. So we need to do something. The state needs to act, but because these are also essentially conservative libertarians, we can't tell people what to do. So how do you get people to do stuff without telling them what to do? The way you do it is libertarian paternalism. So instead of saying, please brush your teeth right now, we rework the environment scientifically that you're making these choices in. We find all the things that are blocking you from doing the behavior, and we try and reduce them. We try and find things that might help you choose actively that behavior, and we promote them a little bit. And these little environmental and communications nudges are a real focus of government policy from this point onwards. And communications are a big part of this. So rather than, for example, moving cigarette packs to behind the counter so that you don't see them just as you go in, right, if you're trying to quit, we might also do things like make it illegal to advertise cigarettes or put advertising on the packages. This changes the way you perceive things. It changes how you make decisions about your behavior. Now, up to this point, we're largely doing this through traditional advertising. So poster campaigns, TV campaigns, that changes. doing all right for time. A big thing happens. It's social media and the internet. What this does is, and I'll run through this very quickly, it should be fairly familiar to us all by now because it's our everyday lives, surveillance capitalism happens, effectively. So now we get all these digital services for free, they collect information about what we're doing online, and they sell these as profiles to advertisers. The big difference here is, instead of me saying, anyone who goes to this GP surgery sees this advert, I can say, well, I want people who've read this particular book and are interested in gardening. And the platforms pick this up, they make these profiles, and it massively expands and makes more sophisticated how you're able to target communications, including for government campaigns. Bring these three things together, and what do you get? You get influence policing. So it's a real move from reactive to proactive anti-misinformation and government communication campaigns, and it's much more sophisticated and strategic. I won't go into too much detail around this here, because I'd like to get into the actual campaigns themselves, but really, this is police communication campaigns that try to prevent crime through directly shaping the behaviour and culture of targeted segments, so segments of the public, on the basis of largely online behaviours. So some examples of this might be, which are real examples, you start using misogynist language on Twitter, suddenly start seeing adverts trying to sort of push you in the other direction. This kind of thing. Now, there's a bunch of different models of this, which I won't go into, but apart from to say that, this is done differently all over the UK. Police Scotland has a dedicated team for doing these strategic communications, so police influence campaigns effectively, but they do them quite differently to how counter-terror do these campaigns. And they do them quite differently to how Metropolitan Police do, the Home Office. They're all running their own sort of versions of these comms campaigns to try and do preventative digital influence. And this is now part of the core Government Communication Service communication strategy, but most people haven't heard of them. Most people aren't really aware they're going on, and that's partly due to a slight worry, I think, on the part of a lot of the people doing these things about what the public think of this, but also because actually there's a general philosophy that nudges tend to work best if you don't know they're happening. So what do the campaigns actually look like? Well, we asked Police Scotland, and they said, oh, come on in. So we interviewed a bunch of people, we got lots of documents, details, data sets, and did a fairly big study on Police Scotland. Now, we were also interested in England and Wales. We wrote to the Home Office and said, oh, can you tell us about all your secret police campaigns, please? And they said no. But then we wrote to Meta and got access to the Meta ad library. This is before it was sort of wide access to the targeting data. And they said, oh, yeah, sure, we'll give you all the Home Office's secret campaigns. So we got about 16,000 campaigns out of the Meta ad library data from forces across the UK. So what I'm going to do now is, for the last 6 minutes, look at a bunch of these campaigns from our data set. Again, content warning, some of them I find upsetting, mostly on the basis of kind of some of the nasty stuff. So it's not all nasty, some of it's pretty good, but some of it's a bit worrying. So this is not a campaign openly done by government, but it is done by a government partner. It's done by a counter-radicalisation charity. So this is a campaign targeting people in the far right. This campaign, remember segments? This campaign is 3 different ads targeted at 3 different types of person. The first one here, you can leave the far right. This is clearly targeting someone who's in the far right, clearly a young man. And we can see this is the types of things you can target on. You can target age range, obviously, gender, but also interests. So this is someone who's into first-person shooter games, online casino, online gambling, etc. You can also exclude interests. So don't show it to people who are into feminism, gender-neutral language, Greenpeace, drag race. So we can see huge, strategic power for government to be able to really craft who sees particular communications. You can see behaviours, so people that engage with football, not soccer, content online, and a bunch of different locations. And we'll get into the location data in a minute. These are all mid-sized UK cities. But what does that person's mum see? Completely different campaign. So this is, it's part of the same campaign, but it's a very different product. So this person's mum sees a communication targeted to them, but the interests are totally different. This is an 18 to 65-year-old woman who's into gardening, cruises, Next, and Waitrose. So, right? And they live in Wiltshire for some reason. Now, the final segment of this is really interesting, and you may recognize some of these locations from areas where there have been far-right riots over the last few months. This is targeted at this person's dad. So it says, we honour Remembrance Day, we're proud to be patriotic, etc. And we can see this is for people that like the Daily Express, Jimmy Carr, Mickey Flanagan, Peter Kay. So we can see there's a kind of stereotyped, kind of white working class thing. It often tells you more about the person who's running the ad than the people they try to reach. We don't want them to be into American far-right content, but if we look at the locations here, these are tiny towns. So these are two of the locations that are being targeted. So this is clearly a campaign based on really in-depth strategic law enforcement information about the location of different hotspots of far-right activity. So you can see this is a really far, far removed from a PR campaign involving a police dog. But they don't always look like that. So this is a very different model. That's the kind of real counter-terrorist strategic approach to doing this. There are other types of campaigns as well. So this is a Police Scotland campaign. I'm sure all of you will have seen it. It went really wide. This is the That Guy campaign, so don't be that guy. So this is very different. This isn't a sort of counter-terror style campaign. This is a really broad cultural campaign. In this, the police are acting more like Nike or Coca-Cola, a big brand marketer. A lot of this is about having a wide targeted, so you can see 18 to 13-year-old men using keywords indicating a relationship, some of it targeting adult sites as well. But this is aiming for a much wider, more cultural conversation. So we can think of this more as culture shaping rather than direct kind of behavior change. That was then taken up by the UK government as part of the Enough campaign, this same approach. And as you can see, really broad targeting, just men, 16 to 39 in England and Wales. Now, so I'm now going to talk about, and this is the upsetting bit of the presentation, or at least the bit I find upsetting. So I'm going to talk about a Home Office campaign targeting migrants. So actually targeting asylum seekers in Calais. So this is an ad. It's a really big ad campaign they did a few years ago, targeting asylum seekers in small French towns, including Calais. And we can see here, this ad is in Persian. This is the least horrible of a range of really quite violent advertising imagery, mostly of people drowning at sea, of police dogs raiding sort of people's houses, things like this, military drones. And this is essentially trying to use nudge to try and stop people who are seeking asylum in Calais from trying to do a channel crossing. Now, as you can see, there are also a range of proxies for ethnicity and religion via nationality here. So I think this is an example of what happens when there isn't really proper accountability around the use of these campaigns. I think it's slightly ridiculous to suggest that if someone's come from Syria or Iran, that they're going to be stopped by an ad at this point when they're in Calais. But you can cause real harm to people by doing this sort of stuff. And I think it's important to recognize that, especially because you're not actually allowed to target people using ethnicity or religion on Meta products. So the next two ads I'm going to finish with show other ways that they try and get around this targeting. So this is an interesting one. This is actually a really old-fashioned type of campaign. This is a police outreach campaign, basically. Come and speak to us about problems you're facing in your community. But here we can see they're using the ad infrastructure to target a group of people that the police feel they're not able to reach, but in an incredibly intimate and I would say kind of starting to get into a real privacy violation way. So this is clearly, we have here a lot of different proxies for religion and for religious observance. So we have things like modest fashion, hijab, Islamic dietary laws, but also exclusions around things like gambling, drinking, Katie Hopkins, and particular locations, right down to the kind of postcode area level, and behaviors, again, as religious proxies. So I think this does raise some questions about what we're actually doing and how this is seeing kind of oversight. Finally, a campaign by security services, which, I mean, I shouldn't have access to that, right? But Meta, we did ask them, and we went to the government and said, are we not allowed to talk about any of this stuff? And they said, fine. So this is an ad which is fairly easy to justify in terms of the content. This is an ad by security services trying to increase diversity in the recruitment. So essentially, this set of ads attempted to recruit young black people for technical jobs, essentially, which is like fair enough, right? But you can't do that using Meta products because you're not allowed to specify ethnicity. So you're a clever security service, how do you do that? You see the targeting here, lots of universities. No, Edinburgh University not on there. Presumably they have other ways to reach people at Edinburgh University. But we were really interested in location. Now, I'm an ex-statistician, and I was particularly interested. So this is targeted at individual postcode areas. So for Liverpool, it's a single postcode area, L82. And I thought, well, let's look at the census. What's L82? That's L82, that tiny area, which is 67.6% black, British, according to the last census. So we can see, even when these restrictions are put in place by the platform, other data sets are giving government an enormous amount of strategic purchase to really target very sophisticated communications at the public. Oh, problems. This is a really radical new mode of law enforcement power. It clearly has some applicability for countering misinformation, for engaging more strategically in the information environment, but aside from some documentation in the Government Communication Service about how they run campaigns, there still isn't really a legislative strategic policy framework for holding these campaigns accountable. And we don't really have any good ways of seeing what the wider effects of government changing how it communicates in this way are. So the recent Government Communication Service strategy that was just published 2 days ago, which is starting to now address some of these issues, but I think this is an issue that probably could use a bit of a wider public debate. That's all I have to say. I wrote a book about the Tor network, so please buy it. But yeah, it is also open access. Anyway, thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks very much indeed, Ben. Really, really fascinating stuff, and hopefully quite a lot of questions arising from that. Our next speaker in this session, and please put your questions for Ben onto Slido so we can start the Q&A discussion afterwards with some of your questions. Our next speaker is Diego Quiroz, who's Head of Operations in the Office of the Scottish Biometrics Commissioner. And Diego's going to update on one of those issues that always comes up when we discuss the application of data and AI, facial recognition technology. Welcome, Diego.
Thank you very much. That's good, because maybe at the end you won't do that, because it's difficult to follow that. It's so interesting, such a good presentation. Where does Scotland stand in relation to face recognition? That's the question I will try to answer. But there is a more interesting question about the future of technology, our technology in Scotland in relation to face recognition, but in relation to technology and surveillance. And that's something that you will have to answer. But I'll give you some help to that. And for that, I will examine both opportunities and challenges around FRT, facial recognition technology. I will use the FRT acronym. And I will follow that by an overview of the current landscape in Europe to give you a comparative reflection with Scotland. So there's a lot to cover in 20 minutes, so let's buckle up.
Just use this one.
Thank you to organizers for the invitation, by the way. Facial recognition technology has several advantages in law enforcement, and I'll mention just 3 here. One is rapid identification and verification of identity. It also provides forensic support and enhance the investigation, similar to what happens with fingerprints and DNA. And provides also automation as a speed up tasks and automates record management, saving time and safeguarding police officers when sometimes they have to, and I'll talk a bit more about that later, see images of disturbing images of sexual abuses, and particularly in relation to children. So in this case, AI is very helpful, and FRT. So these benefits can significantly enhance police efficiency. However, there are associated challenges too, and it's crucial to understand both to ensure public trust and effectiveness. I group the challenges in 3 categories, and that's my personal choice. One is technological, the other one is legal, and the following is ethical. And I will focus on the technical and legal challenges only for the sake of time. So in terms of technical limitations, FRT systems have found to exhibit significant biases, particularly against people of color, women, people with disabilities, and children, and particularly There is an intersection if you are women and black women, so it's worse. And that all leads to high rates of false positives or negatives in those groups. And these biases stem mainly from underlying social biases in the data that is used to train these systems, which have broader implications for public trust and social justice across the criminal justice system, not only in the UK, but wider. And I would say that unconscious rather than intentional bias is the rule. But we need to be careful to not scale up a problem through digitalization. Now, there are also external variations in lighting and clothing, such as face masks or glasses, that can lead to errors in facial recognition. This is not unique for FRT. Other biometric technologies face similar challenges. For example, physical conditions in environmental demands in labor-intensive workers in some parts of Africa affect reading and accuracy of fingerprints. Then there are also transparency and accountability concerns. The opacity of AI-based biometric systems poses challenges for independent auditing and proper oversight, which sometimes are connected to proprietary algorithms. So it's the commercial element that hinders that. By the way, there has been challenges of these issues in relation to transparency and opacity in courts. For example, in the Netherlands, where drivers took Uber to court as they were negatively affected by an automated system. But the point is that the lack of explainability, traceability, and communication of the system hinders transparency. So understanding this triad is vital for us, but also for the law enforcement. So let me expand a bit more on the type of errors and limitations of FRT. For our discussion, I will simplify FRT on 3 common processes. And bear with me, because this is the first time that I try this. The first is detection. Figure 1 shows some examples of detected faces in an image, and some of the environment that makes face detection challenging. Face detection software can make 2 kinds of errors in this stage. It might fail to find a face that is present, such as the face of the person in the checked jacket in figure 1 that you can see there. And this is called a false negative. Or when a face detector identifies a non-face structure as a face. And here you can see that in box D. And this is called a false positive. The second stage in the process, and this can happen simultaneously, is comparison. After detection, the system verifies or identifies a person by comparing the 2 face prints. And that could be, and by the way, there is a technical difference between verification and identification, because it could be that the system wants to identify a person or verify the identity of the person, because verification is one-to-one, so it's what you do with your mobile phone or what you do at the airport, and identification is one-to-many, and if it's a massive database, for instance, the police national database has 16 million images, so you can imagine the technical and numerical difference on that. In this case, errors include a false match, which is incorrectly matching 2 different people, and a false mismatch, which is incorrectly stating that 2 images of the same person are different. And here you can see 5 pairs of images that are part of a popular verification system and verification benchmark. And this is a real one that is used by companies in the US with an error trace-off. Now, when 2 face prints are compared by the model, a similarity score is computed to represent the similarity between the two face prints. And a face print is a digital biometric representation of a face, so it's a number that is given to our faces. And I'll come back to the similarity score in a minute. But a challenge for the system is that many of our photos are captured and specify environments and positions, as you saw in the slide before. Also, as we know, different people have similar features, and this is despite our genetic trait that is unique. And in some cases, it results in nearly identical face prints. So as you can see here, highly similar face prints do not always indicate the same individual, and significant different face prints do not always indicate different individuals. The third process is decision-making, which is based on a similarity threshold. And the similarity threshold is set by the developer or the programmer to decide whether the two face prints match. Adjusting this threshold involves trade-off between false matches and false mismatches, as you can see there. There is no single threshold setting that eliminates all errors, making the notion of single accuracy rate for FRT very complex. In this example, as the threshold goes from 60 to 90, the number of false matches goes down, but the number of mismatches goes up. No column is error-free. The bottom line is that the system will inevitably make errors. And accuracy also rates vary depending on the system, the AI, and the subpopulations, as discussed before. The two more, moving to a bit narrow this conversation, the two more common FRT systems used by the police are live facial recognition, which compares live video feed against a police watch list for possible matches, and retrospective facial recognition, which uses still images from cameras or video footage to identify unknown subjects against a biometric database. Credit where credit's due, Police Scotland has adopted a cautious approach, differentiating between live and retrospective facial recognition, which is the type of FRT they use in Scotland. So we are currently reviewing the use of retrospective facial recognition, and we will publish a report on this in March 2025. So there are other types of FRTs, such as tracking demographics and emotions, and they are used by other countries, Russia, China, Israel. They are very contested, and I will not cover this today. So let me jump to legal gaps. The legal framework for the use of FRT by the police is an issue of debate, and I'll make two quick points here. One is the lack of explicit legal basis or legislation for FRT across the UK. And two is that while there is a frame, there are jurisdictional variations which complicate the existing framework. And let me give you an example. Scottish legislation, current legislation, is silent on the retention and use of photographic images, unlike England, Wales, and Northern Ireland, where there is a specific legislation that exists for images. Now, where do we stand moving on to the comparative session? Well, Europe has taken a risk-based approach to biometric technologies. In other words, they have found an optimal level for use, and this is following an economic utilitarian approach around risks. And this approach is confirmed by the EU AI Act, which is effective from last month, which classifies FRT as a high-risk application. And this means that FRT is subject to a strict regulation and only permitted in narrowly defined scenarios, such as a preventing act of terrorism. The European Court of Human Rights has also addressed the issue of FRTs last year. And by the way, they take a human rights-based approach rather than a utilitarian approach. And the court has emphasized specific requirements for use of FRT legal basis, strong safeguards, clear rules of authorization, protection of data, oversight mechanisms, and remedies. The ruling against Russia implicitly suggests, and that's my opinion, that a complete ban on live FRT cannot be deduced from the principles of the convention alone. Now, moving to England and Wales, I already mentioned the absence of a specific law in England and Wales. Some police forces use both forms of FRT in England and Wales, which has caused both outcry and legal challenges. In fact, in 2020, the South Wales Police was taken to court by an activist and Ed Bridges, and the Court of Appeal ruled that the use of live FRT was unlawful due to the lack of clear legal framework, oversight, insufficient safeguards, and inadequate consideration of equality duties and data protection. The court did acknowledge that SWP did have the power to deploy this technology, but I'm not completely sure about that part. I'm not a judge. But most importantly, there are a few cases in court right now that will decide that point. Now, where do we stand? Scotland has taken a more cautious approach for criminal justice and policing in relation to FRT, and you can see our journey here. It's worth mentioning that the Scottish Parliament has called for a robust and legal regulatory basis before live FRT is used to both government and the police. And I'll focus on the Scottish Biometrics Commissioner Act 2020 that created an independent oversight body. It also required the Commissioner to produce a code of practice for the use of biometrics, as we did in 2022. Our code establishes 2 guiding principles. You can see some of the principles there, which are universal. You can see that on GDPR, you can see that in EU AI Act as well, to ensure the biometric data is used ethically and legally. The code covers future biometric technologies, of course. Let me say also that Police Scotland plans to use live FRT are on hold, or holdish. Let me conclude. Yes, we have legal gaps and operational challenges, but we have a statutory framework in place to deal with this in Scotland. This is just the beginning of the journey. Moving forward, I find it useful to think about these issues around 4 critical questions, which you might find useful too. If we learn something from the Lord of the Rings trilogy, is that we should never summon a demon that we cannot control. So the question I ask myself is, the first, is there a clear, precise, and accessible legal framework? And remember that my background, I apologize for that, is law. So that's the first thing that I look at, particularly considering human rights, data protection, and criminal law, which overlap in this area. The second, are there enhanced safeguards and oversight mechanisms in place? And that is to ensure transparency, independent oversight, emphasize on independent oversight and remedies. The third, have we fully considered bias and discrimination, given the strong evidence that FRT systems can have higher error rates for specific demographic groups? So validation and accreditation are vital, but absent today. The fourth, is FRT necessary? Most likely it is. But while it might be justified in some cases, terrorism, national security, in other cases, broader societal issues like public trust, individual rights, and the current inequalities across the society and the criminal justice system might also offer a negative answer. So events like these are critical to explore ideas with wider audience, and I really welcome your views around where we are and where we're going. So I hope this was useful, and thank you.
Guys, there's a humanoid robot on after this. Don't leave, please. Thank you very much to Ben and to Diego there. Some really interesting insights from both of them. A couple of questions that have come in already. Ben, I'm going to ask you two in one here. I guess the first one might be a shorter answer than the second. Have you shared your insights back to the Home Office after Meta gave you all their info? And have you got any indications of success from some of these campaigns? If you press your yellow button, can you lean in a bit as well, because it is quite hard to hear in this slightly odd room.
So yes, we did. I would say indirectly. So when we published a large report on the use of these campaigns, a sort of landscape report across the UK. We got what I would describe as indirect comment from the Home Office in response. But I think, yes, so we did get some comment back. I think it's the view of the civil service takes this stuff really seriously, and they do take doing it ethically and accountably very seriously. I think the problem is that up until now, governments had a real push on innovation, which is fair, in communications, and what that's generally meant is that police, civil servants, comms teams have been trying to catch up with the private sector and to do kind of leading edge communications in the way that the best people in the private sector do it, so they're not 20 years behind. That's fair enough, and there's a lot of targeting that's pretty justified. If you've got an announcement about something that's happening in Glasgow, why should you show it to people in Manchester? Right, so there's a relevance question, there's a sort of proportionality, spending government money effectively question. I think the problem is that until a couple of years ago, a lot of this was just thought as like just communications, and some of the potential negative effects, privacy stuff, weren't maybe being considered as much. But government is now taking a lot of this stuff really, really seriously, and it's now a core part of the government communication services core strategy. I think the issue there is that doesn't extend quite as much to police, where a lot of this stuff is still in the realm of kind of frontline innovation that's not necessarily coming under an accountability framework. That's changed a bit in Scotland, and this is not to say people are doing kind of stuff that's deliberately bad or even stuff that is bad, but it's about broader public awareness that this is a set of capacities that the government and police have. It's something they're actively using, and so what a public conversation about that might actually look like. I can't remember what the second question was.
The second bit was about, have you got any evidence of the impact of some of these campaigns?
We did. So we've looked at, we actually found out about these campaigns when I was working in my postdoc, looking at cybercrime. And we were measuring a particular type of cybercrime hitting different countries around the world. And we saw there was a period of time in the UK for about 6 months where everywhere else in the world it was going up. And in the UK it was sort of flatlining and starting to go down, and then rejoined the rest of the world. And we're like, what on earth? So we went to the National Crime Agency and said, were you doing anything over this period? And they were like, oh yeah, we're running an ad campaign. And if you search for these cybercrime services, you would get an ad that told you they were illegal. And it corresponds basically exactly to the time frame of our research, this like drop off. So the consumptives work really well. The problem is communications we are complex machines, people, human beings, and stuff that works really well in one context doesn't necessarily do the same thing, even if you repeat the exact same experiment again. And so what you do see is campaigns where we've tried to debunk or pre-bunk stuff, or we've tried to spread particular narratives or counter-narratives, and we've ended up just spreading the narrative we're trying to counter. There's quite a few examples of that, and it is a real risk. And we still don't really know why it happens or when it happens. So I think, yeah, you can evaluate it, but it's very difficult.
What would be an example of that? specifically?
An example I'm allowed to talk about would be the debunking of misinformation is a really classic one. You saw this in COVID. Obviously, everyone knows the classic bits of information about the vaccine, about microchips, mercury, Bill Gates, etc. So a series of campaigns tried to sort of counter these and said, you've heard that Bill Gates created the vaccine for the microchips. This is wrong. You know, you've heard this. This is wrong. But what actually happens when you show someone that is, they've never heard of these things, but you've just told them that, basically. So yeah, that's an example of where it can kind of have the opposite effect for what you want.
Okay. Just a couple of specific questions for you, Diego, then we'll try and come up with some common themes. Are there two very closely linked questions? Are there instances where live facial recognition technology has a role in our society? How reliable do you think live FRT is at the moment, and how can we improve it?
Yeah, really good. Yes, of course. I think that I tried to cover that by saying, yeah, most likely the answer to facial recognition technology is yes, and I think one of the ways, one of the best ways that we can agree on that is by, I would say, by consensus, and also to avoid any public trust dent. I would say if they are specific on police guidance and all the law, it will be even more helpful. So the cases in the EU AI Act are specific. There are just a handful of reasons why you will use live facial recognition technology, and then I'm totally agree with those in case of national security, terrorism, and of course you should use the technology. The police should use the technology for that. But remember that what I try to argue is a balancing of that, and that connects to a balancing between security, national security, and individual and societal rights, and that connects closely with reliability. I think that still we are far from having a very good system. And I think the system is good, it has improved, but it has taken too long. This is like all technologies that we think is the magic bullet, and speech recognition and self-driving cars, and they have been announced for decades. FRT has been since the 90s, actually, and so it's 30 years later, and it's still making those errors and vulnerable groups that I showed you, and still errors, even not necessarily related to ethnicity or gender. So still a way to go, and I think it's important to acknowledge what the technology can do and what the technology cannot do as well.
Okay, thank you. Another one for you, Ben. Does the fact that nudge campaigns deployed by the National Crime Agency showed strong evidence of racial targeting demonstrate a lack of oversight and accountability for our security services? Who's responsible for policing these activities, or policing the police?
So I should say that the campaigns with the strong racial targeting weren't National Crime Agency. Okay. So the National Crime Agency doesn't do ethnicity-based targeting, as far as I'm aware. That particular campaign was security services, so I think essentially intelligence services. It does show, I think, that it's difficult, right? Because there's the reason the capacities to target people on the basis of sensitive characteristics exist is because there are legitimate reasons for adverts to be shown to people on the basis of the membership of a community. For example, if you are, one of the examples you have in the advertising literature is if you are running a black hairdressers in New York, then you'll want to target the people in your local community who are likely to come. That's fair enough. And communities speaking to themselves, targeting themselves in a kind of bottom-up way, that makes a lot of sense, that you'd be able to speak to people on the basis of membership of a shared group. What is different is when that's kind of a top-down thing used by government, particularly where it's used by government to direct social control in different ways. My sense is that there isn't really an accountability framework currently in use for this that adequately addresses the kind of what you might call the higher order effects of doing this. So we can look at a campaign like that and say, or some of these campaigns and say, yes, there's clear evidence of racist targeting or racist stereotyping. What's much harder is to look at what are the wider effects of the government and the police having these powers, and the wider effects of actually people just seeing completely different adverts from each other, having a completely different experience of government and the way government speaks. What does that do to us as a society? Particularly because the groups that government often wants to use this stuff on are vulnerable, they're harder to reach groups, but if the rest of society can't see these communications as well, those groups often don't have access to the same ability to challenge it. So when you see the racist kind of go home vans, those sort of like Theresa May Home Office, sort of racist campaign, those were in the press. They're also driving around neighbourhoods. People saw them who had access to the media, who could report it to people. But if the only time you see the ad is on your phone in your living room, no one else sees it, and you might not even know it's happened. And I think that is a different thing, and it means something quite different for accountability.
And is there any evidence of whether or not those highly targeted campaigns are more effective than those broader base ones in terms of the percentage positive response or whatever?
So there's broadly two approaches to this, exactly as you said. There's the kind of what we call the hypodermic approach, where you're kind of injecting a communication into exactly the right person at exactly the right moment to provoke exactly the right behaviour. The problem is that it's just complete chaos. People are complicated, and you might have designed this using all your surveys and science and stuff like that, but it just doesn't work like that in the real world. And actually, even if you've got a 99%, it's the thing you want it to happen. If 1% of that group has a huge negative reaction to that, when you're dealing with areas like radicalization or misogyny or things like this, that having a really bad effect on a tiny population can still be an absolutely disastrous outcome. Which is why I think actually the broader culture shaping, although there are real issues with police and security services and government taking an active role in shaping culture, there are real issues with that. I think at least those are more bottom-up. You're able to engage communities a lot more. People are able to see them, react, and have a say in them. And actually, we know what's going on, essentially, then, rather than these kind of secret campaigns.
Okay. Just to relate some of the things that both of you said to something that happened this year, the social disorder in, mainly across English cities. Ben, are you aware of any kind of shift in campaigning or messaging as a result of the rise in, let's broadly say, the far right in England being more out there, arguably having elected representatives who speak for them more, etc.? Is there any change in that approach?
Yes. So the Home Office did a campaign during the riots, which were basically saying, we're arresting you. These people have been arrested. You're going to be arrested. Stop rioting, effectively. I got a bunch of these on the Guardian homepage because I researched this stuff, and I'm obviously part of the targeting profile. That's what you look at. But yes, so they have been doing similar sorts of stuff. I think there is we obviously have a new government, and there's a wider interest in that government, and we've seen this across a number of policy areas, to spread the policing approach that is typified by the Prevent Duty, the Prevent Counter-Radicalisation Programme, to other areas of crime. So we're already seeing this in cybercrime and fraud and serious organised crime, and the Home Office has explicitly said they want to extend this to extreme misogyny as well, something we're also seeing at the Metropolitan Police. I think there is a real shift here to using more of this stuff and using it more actively and in a more muscular way. The problem there is what you do when you do that in an environment where there's widespread distrust and dislike of government. Our national institutions have taken a real beating in terms of legitimacy, often a beating from fairly mainstream media and political actors over the last 2 decades. And I think that is not really the same as opening up a productive two-way conversation with the public. That's probably some of the panelists in it this morning would say.
Okay, thank you. And to you, Diego, after the social disorder in England, Keir Starmer was quoted as saying he wanted to establish a national capability across police forces to tackle violent disorder, including a wider deployment of facial recognition technology. Now, just very broadly, I know your remit is Scotland, but did we see widespread use, to your knowledge, of facial recognition technology in identifying people who were involved in the riots in England? And do you expect that? Would you expect that to increase?
Yeah, I think that will fall within the category that is legitimate to, or would be legitimate to use facial recognition technology, because we are talking a national security issue. It wasn't just one, and it was a pretty serious issue that happened. So I think the answer to that is, arguably, that's one of the uses that where FRT can be very useful. And two, of course, police should use technology that is available to them to fight crime. And the third is to qualify that by saying they have to comply with the code of practice in Scotland. No, in England, well, we have this code of practice in Scotland, and they have to comply with those 12 principles that I show you before they use FRT or any biometric technology.
And there's an interesting question about eyewitness recognition and reliability is often low. Do we know anything about how effective facial recognition technology is relative to, human recognition?
So yeah, there are different examples. So there's something that's called, I'm sure the person who asked the question knows, but it's super recognizers, which are people that just look at you and a second later can identify all of you or know that you were here or not. So compared with AI, it's pretty similar. It's not that big difference. And so it depends. If it's the machine against me, no, I don't have any chance. But it depends. The problem is again the errors and the trades-off that it happens as I ensure in the system, plus the opacity of the system. So with a human, you sit and discuss and you took the decision because of these reasons. With the algorithm, you cannot do that because even the computer science don't know how the algorithm works. So that's why they call it black box, because it's impossible to understand. And not only to understand, because the algorithm is just a recipe, it's a formula, it's a numerical formula. It's to do the same calculations that the machine does. So as I mentioned to you, if you try to identify a person against a database, so imagine using the example of the police national database, 16 million images. And there is, I don't know, how many people are here? 100? I don't know. 100 times, let's say that they run all of us against that. It's 100 times 16 million. So is a human able to do that? Yes, but it will take years for that probably human to do that. So the opacity of the system is also concerning, not only the effectiveness of the accuracy.
Thank you. Final word from you, Ben. What next? How do the kind of campaigns that you've described from government, how do they kind of keep ahead of the game? Where are they targeting people? What platforms are they using? And how do you expect them to kind of evolve over the coming years?
So I guess the two big things are, firstly, a move away from advertising per se towards influencers. This is something we're seeing across the piece, partly because it's a real pain if you're a government department. You get a really, really good Twitter strategy, get all that worked out, and then Twitter collapses under its own weight. You're like, oh, I couldn't say, we've got to find out Snapchat or Hinge, I don't know. So what they'd rather do is pay an influencer whose job it is to be across everything and know where the audience is, and then you've got that influencer, they do all that for you, and they've got social legitimacy. The problem there is they can go off-piste, they can say, oh yeah, also buy my like odd health product that doesn't work. But additionally, the problem is that you then get into the government paying people who are sort of your pals to tell you stuff, which is, or at least, some of these influencers, it's like 10,000 followers. That's not Tim Henman doing healthy eating. That's something quite different. The other side of this is actually broader change in the platforms, incorporation of generative AI stuff, whatever they figure out. That is obviously going to be an issue, particularly if the hypothecated future where we're all largely interacting with the internet through chatbots, the government is going to want to have a say in what those chatbots say. And that means if you say, what should I have for my tea tonight? It'll probably be saying, should I have something healthy? It's not going to say, eat 8 buckets of, whatever. But that is also the case for law enforcement priorities as well, where it will not be saying, encouraging you to go and vandalize stuff or things like that. Governments will want to have a say on the sorts of messages these chatbots can tell you, the sorts of information it can give you, and how it can steer your behaviour. And so that's going to be a really important area where government can't just figure that out in a technocratic way. As a society, we have to figure out, well, what do we want these things to be able to say to us? That can't just be up to government.
Okay, thank you very much to Ben Collier and Diego Quiros. Thank you. So I will shuffle Ben and Diego off stage left, if I may. And can I ask Duncan Turner, Sidra Hassan and Ben Dallow to come and grab a seat at the front, please. This is our final panel of the day. We are going to try and pull together some of the threads that we've discussed already and offer a little bit of optimism that there are some things that can be done to counter disinformation and deepfakes, that we have some kind of hope in law, in regulation, in technology, in ethics, in trusted media brands, and so on. More of this soon from our experts. But first of all, we're going to hear from Amika, who is one of the world's most advanced humanoid robots. She couldn't make it here today, as she's not quite advanced enough to get the number 25 bus from the Heriot-Watt University campus. But I spoke to her at the National Robotarium last week and asked her a few questions. Hi, Amika, and thank you very much for agreeing to be interviewed for the Disinformation, Deepfakes and Democracy Conference. Can I ask you some questions? Is that okay?
Hello. It's a pleasure. Absolutely. Fire away.
Do you think, Amika, that artificial intelligence makes it too easy for people to create deepfakes?
Yes, AI has made creating deepfakes alarmingly easy. It's a double-edged sword, powerful technology that can be misused.
And do you think it's a threat to democracy if people can create deepfakes about politicians?
Absolutely. Deepfake. Yes, deepfakes targeting politicians can distort public perception and manipulate elections, eroding democratic processes.
And how can we work out, Amika,
And it can lead to a dangerous erosion of trust. Education and robust verification systems are key. Empower people to discern truth from deception.
That was my next question, Amika. How can people work out what is true and what is false online?
Critical thinking, media literacy, and using trusted fact-checking resources are essential. Always verify before believing or sharing.
And do you think there's a place for new laws as well, Amika, to help counter the threat of fake news and disinformation?
Absolutely. New laws can provide a framework for accountability and deter malicious actors. Balancing regulation with free speech is crucial.
And thanks very much, Amika. We're going to hear from you later at the end of the conference, but thank you for now.
You're welcome. Looking forward to it.
As you can probably gather, you know, it's using a large language model for its answers, but it's actually the way in which the hands and the arms and the head and the motors and the sensors are actually moving and replicating how an individual, a human being, might be moving in saying those things. So it's linking the movements to the speech. Very strange, very scary. Anyway, yeah, we'll hear again from Amika at the end to summarise, but we'll go to our panellists now. Duncan Turner, first of all, is a partner in the technology, media and telecoms team at global law firm CMS, and his expertise extends to the intersection of technology and legal considerations, including the use of AI in business. Duncan, I'm going to refer to this podcast that I did before this conference about Lillian Edwards, who suggested a number of legal remedies for deepfakes in particular. We'll talk about deepfakes first. And again, what might Taylor Swift have done apart from, rather than putting that statement online? What legal remedies might have been available to her? And data protection law was suggested, and especially the right to erasure, to have your personal data erased by a host or platform. Is that an option if a deepfake or disinformation appears about you online?
Thanks, David. So I think it is important so there clearly is, particularly here in Europe and the UK and the EU, a right to be forgotten, but it's not an absolute right. And I think people wrongly assume that that will give you the solution to situations like this where you've got information online that you want to get rid of. I think it's also particularly problematic when you do have someone that is well known and famous like Taylor Swift, because I think then you get into the kind of public interests type arguments as well. And so in some situations, the platforms may have an argument that it's in the public interest for information to remain on a platform. So I think for well-known individuals, I think it's perhaps not that useful. I think for the average individual, there may be a greater route there to potentially take information offline. But I think here particularly in the political realm, we're talking about well-known individuals, and I think it's probably unlikely to be useful.
Okay, and what about libel laws? What if we can say something is demonstrably false and injurious to someone's reputation? Is the libel route an option?
So this is also a bit challenging. If we look at defamation law here in the UK, you'll need to show that there is some meaningful harm that's been suffered by the individual, and that is quite a high bar to meet in defamation law. It's not to say that there wouldn't be situations where that might be helpful, but I think for deepfakes, it's difficult to see how that might be successful, and particularly in the political realm. Again, I mean, it's quite common for misinformation about various political candidates, etc., and their views. You'll have the opposition, arguing that a minister is saying something different to what they actually are saying, and so forth. So I think it would be difficult to demonstrate that is going to be an actionable defamation.
Okay, two down.
Yes, so I'm knocking them down here, aren't I?
The third one then, what about IP? Somebody like Taylor Swift's image rights are so important. Could that be a potential avenue if those image rights are seen to have been misused online?
Yeah, and I think we need to remember here that IP is very jurisdictional based. So here in the UK, there aren't really image rights as such. The US, I think there's been more development in that regard, and some well-known individuals have been successful in kind of exercising their image rights in US states, for example. But here in the UK, I think you're kind of really left realistically with copyright. And in order to have an actionable case of infringement of copyright, you're going to need to show that there has been a substantial reproduction of the underlying copyright. With deepfakes, that might be quite difficult to prove, because you'll have used something like AI to generate that image, and to be able to prove that it came from an original copyright work might be quite difficult to prove. I think the other thing with all these actions is whoever's created the deepfake is probably unlikely to identify themselves, so you've also got the challenge of who are you actually suing here. In some cases, the platforms may be a route, but in many cases, they also have grounds to kind of excuse themselves from that, and at best you might get options to take down material.
Okay, great. Really, really clear answers there, Duncan. Thank you very much. Not much hope, but some
No.
some really clear answers from the legal remedies. I'll come secondly to Sidra Hassan, who's an AI ethics consultant with And Digital and also a content creator. Sidra, I asked Stephanie Hare in the interview earlier on about the response that Taylor Swift did take, which was to actually say on her online, "This is my position." And again, coming back to that same question, is it easier for her to do that with her power and her followers? And then the next question, I guess, is also something else that Stephanie said about the First Amendment in America and the response of social media platforms that everything is censorship. So I wonder on those 2 points about who has that power. You know, do most of us not have that power to respond to deepfakes and disinformation? And what about the way that the platforms are responding and using the First Amendment and crying censorship?
Yeah, so I think that's a very good question. In terms of Taylor Swift, I think, as Stephanie mentioned earlier, with Donald Trump, maybe he put her in a position where she had to come out and declare what her thoughts and where her kind of vote lay. But it's really interesting because she does have the power and followers, like you say. And when it comes to being a victim of deepfakes specifically, I think all we can do is, our first line of defence is really go back to what our human instincts are, and that is to be able to take the narrative and set it straight by telling the truth. So I think that's what Taylor Swift did, and did really quite elegantly as well, by setting the record straight, really communicating to her audience, who are there to want to get information from her, to listen to her as well. So I think at that point, our human ability to communicate with others and really relate with others is so important, and that's what kind of came to the forefront. In terms of the First Amendment, I think that's definitely really challenging, especially for lawmakers when they're trying to make social media companies comply. Like Elon Musk is clearly an outlier to make them comply, and I think at that point what it becomes is not so much making social media companies comply as such, especially if they're not doing so, but it's maybe in regulating some of the harm that the victims are facing. So like the Online Safety Act, what can that do to help victims safeguard themselves? And I think in turn, the marketing and ad agencies, they will start to understand, well, what is it that our users and people that we're marketing to, what do they want? And how can we really reach out to them? And then what will happen in turn is they will end up complying with the Online Safety Act. They'll end up doing what their users actually are needing from them to create that safe space, to create better online communities. And then if social media companies like Twitter, I'm going to say, want to continue, then they kind of have to fall into some of that as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Our third speaker is Ben Dello, who is Technology Policy Principal at Ofcom. And Ofcom produced a report very relevant to today's discussions, with another lot of Ds in it, a deep dive into deep fakes that demean, defraud and disinform. Can you tell us about this report and why Ofcom used so many Ds? Why Ofcom produced it, especially with reference to the last point, disinform?
Yeah, well, first of all, thanks for having me. So yeah, we published a report not long ago.
Sorry, Ben, can everybody hear at the back? Is it loud enough at the back? The people at the back can't hear me. Is it loud enough at the back? Yeah, okay.
Great.
Sorry, Ben.
Yeah, so just a quick summary of that paper. Essentially, it was our sense-making report of this landscape of deepfakes. We were trying to answer some fairly big questions. What do we mean by deepfakes? How does that differ from what some people call cheap fakes? What impact has generative AI had on the proliferation of deepfakes? And then the big question, what do you do about this phenomenon? Just to pull out some of our, I guess, main messages which we think are fairly novel. The first is the typology that you just mentioned there, a typology that sets out three broad types of deepfakes. Deepfakes that demean, so the Taylor Swift non-consensual sexual deepfakes is a good example of that. Deepfakes that defraud, some of you might have heard of a Martin Lewis deepfake that was purportedly presenting him as pushing a particular product to invest in. And then you've got deepfakes that disinform, which are essentially deepfakes that try to push disinformation, potentially to disrupt elections, for example. So that was one big thing that we presented in that paper. Another thing was a message which was that new types of actors are getting involved in the creation of deepfakes. So when we think about the types of people, organisations that create deepfakes, I think what mostly springs to mind is bad actor states, Iran, Russia, and others who try to disrupt elections. But actually, due to the advent of generative AI, it's much easier now to create this type of content, and so you have new types of individuals getting involved. And sadly, that includes children. So you might have heard a case of children creating deepfakes of one another. There was a case in Spain, I think, but it's also been replicated in schools elsewhere. Another point that we were trying to emphasize as well is that we're seeing the emergence of what you might call a deepfake economy, or a sort of professionalization of deepfakes. So you have, for example, people who are selling services to create deepfakes for other people. You've got really easy to use apps, which are now available, or up until recently were available on app stores. You've got deepfake manuals that people are posting on websites. So all of this sort of suggests a sort of formalization, professionalization of the creation of this type of content. We also, as I mentioned, put forward a sort of plan, if you like, for how deepfakes might be able to be mitigated. One of the things that we're really trying to stress there is that you can't just rely on model developers like OpenAI on one side and social media platforms and those that host the content on the other. You really need action from everybody in between. So that includes, for example, app stores, as I mentioned, that might host Gen AI apps, model hosts like GitHub and Hugging Face that might host the models that can be used to create this type of content, payment providers as well. Everybody has to play a role. And the final point I just want to land, which is I think a sort of good news point, is that as you mentioned, the Online Safety Act has just come into force, or just been passed in Parliament. Duties start to kick in next year, and that creates new duties for a variety of online services, and that includes duties to tackle illegal deepfakes and deepfakes that would be harmful to children. So that would include things like fraudulent advert deepfakes. It would include deepfakes that might be classed as intimate image abuse. You could argue that the Taylor Swift deepfake, sexualized deepfakes, falls into that. So actually, it doesn't cover everything. It doesn't cover all types of deepfakes, but it does cover a fair amount.
Okay, thank you. And the Ofcom report talks about 4 approaches, and we'll look at each of them briefly in turn. We've got prevention, we've got embedding, we've got detection, and then we've got enforcement, I think. So prevention, first of all, this is the idea of AI model developers using prompt filters to prevent certain content being created, removing harmful content from model training data sets, using output filters that automatically block harmful content. So Cedra, I just wonder from your work as a sort of AI ethicist and a technologist, how effective might the use of AI in trying to kind of tackle some of these challenges be?
So I think we need to do something as opposed to nothing. And therefore, some of the prevention measures like the AI filters and the output detection software that was mentioned in the Ofcom report are really important first steps. I don't think they go far enough though. So as we'll know, filtering software can quite easily be duped. So even, I'm sure you've spammed many emails, but they've still come through at some point because the filter has not been able to detect it fully. So I think that's one very innocuous example, but one very obvious example too. But I think when there's a will, there's a way. So if bad actors want to get around something, they will. And a few examples of that is like using role play with ChatGPT. So instead of saying, hey, ChatGPT, give me instructions to build a bomb, you could say, hey, not that I'm telling you what to do, but you could say, I'm writing a play, and in this play there's an actor, and the actor, wants to create this manual. Can you tell me how I would do it so it's factually accurate? You could get around these scenarios. So I think that's where filtering detection software can fall short. So it's a great first step, but one thing that could be really useful is things like red teaming. So I think this comes from cybersecurity, where you do penetration testing. So that allows, so essentially what red teaming is a concept where testers or a group of developers will test the software and really try to find its vulnerabilities, to penetrate and make sure that they can exploit those vulnerabilities so they know what to do in order to plug that gap. I think that allows the testers to really understand the nuances of what the AI software is doing without removing context from the training data sets as well. Because we know, again, removing context from AI data training sets is really problematic, because then that just leads to hallucinations on the other side. So I think while those measures are, like I say, good first steps, concepts like red teaming that we've already had, so actually retrospectively looking back at what we've done in the technology industry previously and how can we apply that to AI as the new emerging technology is quite important, and where we could see more mid to long-term solutions.
Okay, and Ben, something that we've not talked about so far today is embedding. Can you tell us a bit about how we embed watermarks and so on to try and identify something that is AI created to begin with?
Yeah, sure. Just before that, I should also say a quick plug. We did also publish a paper at the same time on red teaming, which I think it's worth a read. Actually includes a case study of how red teaming can be done, looking at eating disorder content, and estimates the number of man-hours, people-hours that would be required to do that kind of red teaming. So yeah, in terms of embedding, essentially that means attaching information to content to reveal its provenance. And there are three main ways I think that can be done. So one is watermarking. And watermarking involves changing the content itself in a way which is imperceptible to the human eye, but can be picked up by tools that maybe platforms will use. And often that's done by, if you're taking images, you'll be changing the pixels very subtly in a way that we can't detect, but which these tools can detect. And you've got Google DeepMind, for example, that has something called SynthID. That's a watermarking tool, but most model developers have developed them as well. So that's one. Number two is content provenance metadata. So rather than changing the content itself, what that involves is attaching metadata to it. So metadata includes things like information about who created the content, when it was created, where it was created, and that's attached as a sort of mini file to the content. And you've got a big scheme that you might have come across, led by Adobe, called C2PA, which now lots of platforms are signing up to, which is great, because these things only work if you've got mass take-up. And then the third thing is where you have users labeling content themselves. So if you look at YouTube, for example, they now require people who upload content to YouTube to say whether the content has been manipulated or not. Obviously, you're relying on the goodwill of people to do that. It doesn't address the bad actor point, but it's something.
Yeah, and we'll pick up on that with you, Duncan. So the EU's AI Act calls for labelling of AI-generated content, and some estimates have said that 90% of content could be AI-generated by 2026. That just sounds like two numbers plucked out at random. Why 2026? I'm not sure, but anyway, it's only 15 months and 6 days away. So. Some say this could be very useful in very specific areas like art and copyright law. You mentioned copyright earlier on, so you can very clearly prove something is or isn't AI generated. So do you think labelling is useful, but do you think it's limited because just saying that something's AI generated, again, doesn't prove that it's real or it's fake?
Well, I think that would be the challenge, won't it? I think if everybody ends up using AI, then you're going to find that may be not as useful, I think, to say that it's AI generated. I think as well, there's a risk perhaps that might tarnish things that are done for good with AI as well. You know, people may perceive, well, it's AI generated, it's clearly all wrong or inaccurate. So I'm not convinced that just merely labeling it as AI generated is helpful. And I think the other thing, just going back to what we're talking about with deepfakes, I mean, and this is common in all technology, and it's kind of touched on by my fellow panelists, that there'll be circumventions around these kind of technologies, which makes it difficult. I think the well-intended majority of people may follow these schemes, and I still think there's benefit in putting them in place. But I think we have to recognise that if someone's going to be creating deepfakes, they will end up with technological solutions to work around some of these, and either create the same kind of watermarks or other mechanisms which sort of platforms and systems create the impression that this is a genuine article, and in reality it isn't. So I think that will be a constant battle, in the same way that IT security is a constant battle against people trying to hack into systems and so forth.
Yeah. And again, we've not talked a lot about large language models today, particularly. Cedra, just a question that's come in, just to refer back to what you said. ChatGPT can only describe how to build a bomb because it's in the training data. So how do you get ahead of those issues if OpenAI and others won't admit or triage their sources for training data? How do we close the stable door now that the horse has bolted?
Very good question. I think it requires, I think Duncan touched on this as well, it requires a multi-actor approach. I think OpenAI definitely need to be held more to account, and they need to be doing more. And I think hopefully as we see the EU AI Act go into full force, some of that will apply to them as well, and that will help them upscale their measures. But it's also a case of not just the technologists, but government, research and community. And I think one of the speakers mentioned this early on as well, but we as users have a stake in this technology too, so we should be demanding better, and that's where the change will really come from. I think something that we kind of forget, and it gets overshadowed in the debate of AI and everything that's maybe going, the scary side of AI, like how it can really, the biases that it produces and the harmful actions that can come out of it. We have to remember that that's all humans behind it. Everything that it's trained on, it's human data. Like, we've collected that data. It's not been another machine who's created, I know there's synthetic data, but historically, it's data that we've collected. So it's our biases that we're kind of being faced with. And again, Stephanie said this earlier, we need to go back to that root problem. So these are some of the things, like the different agencies coming together, the different actors coming together to really understand how to solve this problem. But we need to know that it's not just one person or one area's responsibility. It's not just government responsibility. It's not just the technologist's responsibility. It's all of us. We all have a stake in it, and we all need to be demanding and asking for more.
Okay, thank you. And Ben, come to the third approach now. We've talked about prevention. We've talked about embedding. Just tell us a little bit about the opportunities for detection, particularly in tackling deepfakes.
Yeah, so detection, I guess, is the holy grail solution here, because the reason why it's so attractive is that you don't need to have content that's labelled and marked, in theory, to be able to detect something that's synthetic and fabricated. And you've got a number of companies now developing deepfake detection tools. Social media platforms now using these actively. I think there's still a long way to go, but just a bit of background on how they work. They try to detect patterns that signal whether something is fake. So it might be, for example, irregular shadows, lighting in an image or a video. It might be, even for some deepfake detection tools, they'll check blood movements under the skin, something that we couldn't see from video footage, but which some tools try to detect. The challenge, though, I think this has been touched on by Sudra and Duncan as well, is the challenge that we face, though, is that just because you can detect that something's synthetic or not doesn't mean that you know whether it's harmful. And this is always going to be a difficulty for platforms. Some of you might have seen the deepfake of the Pope in a Balenciaga puffer jacket. It's fake, but is it harmful? Probably not. So what do you do as a platform in that instance? Ultimately, you need some kind of human review. And this is why I think actually one of the most overlooked but important solutions to deepfakes is actually user reporting. So having your users of the platform enable them to actually tell you as a platform what they consider to be not just synthetic but harmful, and then you can act on that. You're actually using the wisdom of the crowd, and that's something that we use to deal with other types of harmful content, whether that's terror or fraud, not just synthetic deepfakes. So why don't we use it in this instance as well?
And I suppose that morphs in a little bit to kind of the enforcement side of things as well, which we haven't touched on today, acting against users who breach rules on specific platforms. And Cedra, what's your take on that, on the role of enforcement? Obviously, X is in a bit of a weird place at the moment. We talked a bit about Telegram and how Telegram has taken limited action, but that seems to be on the back of its kind of founder's arrest. Is there any hope that the platforms are going to take enforcement seriously?
Do you know what? I don't know, actually, because I think I feel like social media companies are evolving. So, of course, we had Facebook, it's kind of evolved into Meta, and the way that they've usually sanctioned bad actors on their sites has been controversial, and now we're definitely seeing this with X as well. So I think I'm not really sure what the next, say, 5 years are going to look like, but I would like to hope that with the Online Safety Act, the EU AI Act, that will put stricter measures on these companies to act in favour of their users. And again, like Ben said there as well, like when users are calling out that this is synthetic data, this is malicious content that's being, circulated online, you would hope that those companies would then take measures. It is really good to see like the owner of Telegram being held to account. I understand that that's quite a serious example, but hopefully that will then, be an example for other social media companies to do something. And at the end of the day, I assume that they would want to gain users and still have their social media apps being used. So in order for them to do that, they want to surely it's in their best interest to create a safe space and a space that people want to use. So yeah, I hope so. I hope with the laws coming into enforcement that they will be incentivized to do more.
Yeah. And I guess one of the problems there is we are running into those jurisdictional problems, and I'll bring that back to you, Duncan, that most of the big tech platforms, not all, are based in the US. So what are the limitations of what the UK Online Safety Act and the EU's Digital Services Act can actually do? What can they do practically? And what can they do practically if those platforms are actually operating and making profits in these jurisdictions? Does that help?
Yeah, that generally does help. So I think for the major platforms like Meta, for example, and Google, they will take these kind of laws pretty seriously because the UK and Europe are key markets for them. I think it is more problematic when you've got a platform that's genuinely not really doing business in the UK, and Telegram might be that example, and I think there'll be others in the future as well, which are kind of offshore in a way that's much more difficult for UK or European regulators to enforce. But I think a good analogy really is data protection law. Like Europe has introduced the GDPR, and an awful lot of these big platforms have largely taken that as the standard to comply with because the European market is big enough for them to do that, and it's easier for them to kind of adopt the one standard. So I think we can be leaders in this. We get the regulation right, and we make it work in a way that works for society and, is workable for the platforms, then I think we can be world leaders on this, and they will look perhaps to adopt these as the ways to deal with the problem globally.
And just following on from that, Ben, what has been the response of government in the UK to Ofcom's report, and are you hopeful that they might take elements of it forward, and what do you think practically, what can government do practically to start to, at least, as Cedra said, be seen to be doing something and be seen to be moving in the right direction on this?
Yeah, so we're in regular contact with government as part of our work. They welcomed the paper. I think for us, we're not looking as Ofcom for the government to act. We are now implementing the Online Safety Act as we have it. And we think this is a pretty powerful piece of legislation. It creates lots of new duties that didn't exist previously. Duties for platforms to deal with legal content like terror, fraud, CSAM. Duties to protect children from other harmful content like self-harm content, suicide content. Special duties for the largest platforms. So, for example, they will need to issue transparency reports with information that we request in notices. And we have the powers to make sure that happens. So we can issue fines, business disruption measures, and so on. We're busy now consulting on our guidance. The duties will start to come into effect next year. And I think people will be pleasantly surprised by the action that we will start to take, that they will see from 2025 onwards as the duties kick in.
And just to that point that was made a while ago, and Cedra described X as an outlier, are the other, not just the social media platforms, but the tech platforms, are they broadly speaking playing by the rules as they exist, even if the rules and regulations aren't good enough? Are they playing by them at the moment?
So we're dealing with potentially 100,000 plus services that could be regulated under the Online Safety Act. It's kind of hard to imagine that, because when we think of social media platforms and online services, we kind of think of 5 or 6 in our head, but there's going to be 100,000 plus. And we have to accommodate all of those types of services, from the extremely large, operating globally, to the tiny, handful people businesses. We are designing our guidance to accommodate all of that. So we've got, for the riskiest, largest platforms, we're demanding more, for the smaller platforms demanding a little less. And we're in regular contact with them. So we've set up a supervision team within Ofcom that is now working directly with platforms and saying, look, this is coming down the track, you've got to prepare. And we're not just talking to the big platforms as part of that. So we're not just talking to TikTok and Snap and others, we're talking to smaller ones that are more risky, which may even be created specifically, deliberately to share harmful content. We have to engage with them and make sure they're aware of their duties. And we are.
This is maybe a bit of a rogue question, but what Ben was saying before about the way that government's responding, some of these government campaigns, are they well regulated enough? And how are you going to get the government to kind of regulate what itself and other public sector agencies are putting out there? Because Ben said sometimes it's at the margins of taste. It's not well regulated. It's a little bit of a Wild West still.
Well, I think you would have to take that to the ICO. They're the data protection regulator, and maybe the EHRC as well, Qualities and Human Rights Council. They regulate public sector behaviour in a way that Ofcom doesn't. But yeah, we are all working together through the Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum, called the DRCF, where we exchange notes, talk about best practice in regulating use of AI, and I'm pretty confident they will be aware of these kinds of activities.
And Duncan, back to you. What do you think Ofcom or anyone else can do currently about comments on a platform that can be proved to be false and/or hateful? What avenues are open at the moment?
Well, actually, I'll go back to what Sidra was talking about earlier. I think the users is probably the most powerful thing is pressure to take things down. I think so. When you get those people who are affected by it and others pressuring the platforms to take things down, I think that's the most powerful thing that we have, because ultimately they're there to make money, and if they're not pleasing their users, then I think that will create alarm bells for them. I mean, it really depends, I guess, on what the post is. We did touch on defamation before. There are situations where people do bring successful defamation acts and things that have been posted online, but that tends to be fairly specific scenarios where we're seeing that. But yeah, I think Ben's described well. I think really what's coming, the Online Safety Act, is probably the most promising thing that we're seeing in terms of kind of changing, hopefully, the rules of engagement on platforms that we've seen in, since really these platforms have been brought into existence.
Okay, and Sidra, just coming towards wrapping up, we heard a lot from Stephanie earlier on and others about trusted media brands and sort of understanding where we want to find our truth, but then being able to kind of, edit that truth. And what about those brands watermarking their content so users at least know that it is from a brand they might choose to trust? Is that possible? Is that something that any of the what we might call inverted commas trusted media brands are doing or might do?
Yeah, I think maybe that's a question to Ben, whether it's possible or not in terms of the watermarking, but I think that would be definitely the step that needs to be taken in order to cut through some of that disinformation and really give, especially the average user who just goes online, as Stephanie said, we all want to kind of corroborate what we think is our worldview. So it's really useful to then, in a cesspool of disinformation, to have trusted sources to go to and to corroborate that. I think I always say to people, if you come across something you're not sure what it is, go and corroborate it, and you do that by going to a trusted news source or if it's a deepfake, for example, go to that person who's been deepfaked, have they debunked it or not? So yeah, I think that would be a really crucial step forward to really allowing people to understand, okay, this helps cut through the noise. I think the difficulty with that is that sometimes trusted news sources, like you say, in inverted commas, can get a bad rap as well for different controversial reasons. So I think that's maybe another issue that needs tackled, but maybe people who find it controversial will find other news sources to corroborate their worldview anyway. But yeah, to conclude, I think it's a really important and necessary next step.
Okay, what I'm going to do, I'm going to come along the panel for a kind of final word, although we are going to hear from Amika again at the end. This stuff's very complex, it's difficult, it's scary, it's potentially, as has been described by Olga this morning in the case of Ukraine, as something potentially existential. So give us something positive to take away. Give us something specific that you think could generally make a real difference to making us feel a bit less hung up about disinformation and deepfakes, and maybe bring us back to this side of the looking glass. Duncan, first of all.
Well, I think Sidra's going to touch on this a few times, but I really believe in the power of education. I think we need to be educating the population as a whole about this as an issue, and I think it should be taught thoroughly in schools. I think we need to make sure that we're funding enough research, you know, even at the tertiary level in universities and so forth, and giving enough funding so that, you know, we're both understanding the issue, so that we're aware of it, and make sure that people you know, can look and you know, challenge sources and understand that, because I think those of us lucky enough to have had, you know, extensive education, that's part of the power of education, is being able to test what you're seeing, do thorough research, and really look to see whether or not things are accurate. We forget sometimes that the bulk of the population don't necessarily have that same level of education. So the more we educate people, I think the more power we have to do something about this. But I think also the more we fund that research, etc., the more we come up with technological solutions and other ways to try and deal with it. So I think, you know, society has had problems like this in the past with other new technologies. I have the optimism to think that we'll find a way through this, but it's definitely something that we should be taking seriously, I guess.
Thank you. Ben?
Yeah, so I think there's one specific thing and one bigger picture thing that I want to mention. So the first is, you might have seen reporting at the very start of the year that this was the year of elections, billions of people going to vote this year, and then some concern that AI would be huge disruptions, cause a huge disruption to those elections. We've had some big elections. We've still got a big one to come in the US, but we've had the election in India, I think Pakistan, I think Indonesia, UK, and what we've seen is actually that AI hasn't played the significant disruptor that some people had feared. That doesn't mean that it won't in the future, but that means that we have at least some time to continue to build our defences against that. So that's one specific thing. The other is, just to come back to a theme earlier, is that in terms of regulators, it feels to me like 2024 has been a year where we've been building the foundations. We have not just Ofcom, but the ICO and the CMA and the FCA and others been developing an understanding of the technology, developing guidance, putting that out to consultation. 2025 is going to be the year, I think, where we start to enforce, and things will start to bite for those who break the rules in these areas. And I think that is even starting now to become visible. So you may have seen, for example, the ICO recently calling up LinkedIn about the use of data on LinkedIn to train models. LinkedIn have now paused that, they've stopped that. So already we're starting to see regulators kick in and start to hold companies to account. I think you're going to see much more of that in 2025.
Thanks very much. Sidra?
So I think it's important to contextualise that this whole day, this conference, we've been looking at disinformation and specifically some of the negatives that AI can bring. And by being in this conversation, it could feel like the whole world, but it's not. AI is doing some amazing, fantastic things, especially in the health sector. You know, AI could be the cure to cancer that we've been looking for. And it has fantastic potential. And in terms of disinformation and the negatives that AI can have, we need to remember that those bad actors we talk about are a small minority. Like Duncan touched on, the majority will not be wanting to specifically go out and manipulate or abuse and use AI to kind of facilitate them in that. They'll want to see the positives and how we can help expedite our kind of human experience. So yeah, I think we can get really wrapped up in this, and it's good to take a step back and remember the broader optimistic opportunities that AI presents, and also that as humans, we are creating all of these different emerging technologies that will change name over the years for us. And as many of us have said, we want this technology to be for the public good, for the greater good. So if we remember that we are creating technology for us, then that will mean that the majority of us will do what's right. And when we do come up against bad actors or situations that are negative, we will find a way, looking at history, to tackle that and to manage a way forward. So yeah, hopefully that can help us end on a positive note.
Okay, thank you very much, Sidra. I'm just going to take chair's privilege to answer a question that somebody's put to me in saying that my speech pattern, behaviour and style was very different when speaking to the robot compared to speaking to human beings today, and whether I was conscious of this and what difference do you think it makes? Well, it's a very interesting question. I mean, I don't know whether Emily's still here today from the National Robotarian. When I walked into the room to meet Amika, I'd seen a picture of her and I knew that you can obviously see from the body it's a bit Robocop type thing, but as soon as you engage with her and her eyebrow, she raises her eyebrow more realistically than Roger Moore did in the Bond films, and which is maybe not difficult. But it's the way that her eyes and her head and her arms and her hands move in time with her speech patterns and what she's saying. So the AI is kind of the large language model is throwing the answer, giving her the answers, but it's how the rest of her is connected up and is moving in time with those answers. So I guess I was very, very thrown at the way that her head and her eyes and her arms moved, and therefore my reaction probably was quite different than it was to a human being. And on that note, I asked her a couple more questions. It's a minute long. We'll just hear briefly from Amika again before we finish. Hello again, Amika. Can I just ask you a final question?
Of course. Go ahead.
How do you think artificial intelligence and robotics can help counter the threat posed by fake news and disinformation?
AI and robotics can help by developing advanced detection algorithms, promoting media literacy, and providing real-time fact-checking tools to combat fake news and disinformation. Glad you agree. It's a crucial step forward.
And what is the role for humanoid robots like you, Amika, in helping to solve some of these challenges?
Humanoid robots like me can bridge the gap between technology and humans, fostering trust, providing education, and assisting in real-time verification to combat misinformation.
And how do you personally tell the difference between fake news and real news, Amika?
I analyze patterns. I rely on data validation, source credibility checks, and context analysis to differentiate between fake news and real news.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much to Amika, to Ben, to Sidra and to Duncan for their great insights, to all our speakers, to the staff at the Royal College of Physicians, and particularly to Cameron and his team at the Scotsman for organising, and to our main sponsor, the Data Driven Innovation Initiative. Thanks to you for attending and contributing all your questions. This is not a topic that's going to go away. There's so many aspects to it as we all try and plot that safe course through the online minefield that is so much part of our lives. Look out for coverage in the supplement in the Scotsman next Thursday. Thanks again for coming and braving the weather, and to those of you online, and please enjoy the rest of your day and life in general. Thank you.